when we start going down, like our team's just going down, we'll just do it after that.
We're going to go live.
Okay.
I should write like
Welcome, sports fans. Welcome, rugby fans. Welcome to the US Territorial Championships here in St. Petersburg, Florida. We are about to bring you live the first game of the day 2, which is USA South and Pacific Northwest Loggers. Thanks so much for joining us here on the YouTube channel. It's a pleasure to bring you some really, really high-end girls rugby at the U19 level. With me again in the booth today, and I'm going to turn it over to him so he can get this game started any second, is Mr. Brian Ahern. Brian, it is a pleasure to be with you. Welcome back.
Yeah, a great day of rugby yesterday, so we're looking for more of the same today. For sure. We had some fantastic games yet last night with some really high skill.
Yeah, this one should be a good one. I mean, Loggers came out, and it looked to me like they were physical, strong, big, powerful team. On the other side of the field, South really showed some speed and some flair. I mean, you know, exploited gaps pretty much all day and got 2 wins, which is really puts them in contention for this thing.
Yeah, South has 2, almost if you were to draw up your centers, they have both of those. They have a hard-hitting inside center. Outside center has some speed, and they have some blinding pace on the wings. Not
a bad asset set to walk into the day with. Looks to me like we've got them still a few minutes away, so we'll probably put the mics down and just welcome everybody, let you know that this is about to roll. Referee's making his way toward the center, so going to chat with the captains and get this thing kicked off. We're expecting another great day of rugby here in Tampa, St. Petersburg, and we'd be remiss if we didn't shout out the St. Petersburg Sports Commission, who has helped us bring this event once again here to beautiful Tampa, St. Pete area. And this time coming from Boca Ciega High School, which has provided a really nice venue and lots of great support. So certainly worth a minute to say hello to them and to shout out their effort to bring the sport to their area. It's a pleasure to be with them and see this event grow over time.
Yeah, go Pirates.
Go Pirates.
As I look at the scoreboard.
All right,
yeah,
Brian.
So it's going to be 22 and a half minute halves. There's going to be a 5-minute yellow. And that's the breakdown.
Well, I'm going to leave it to you to take over. Any minute now, we'll see Mr. Melody back in the booth and probably Lance Connolly again join you on the mic. I'm going to go get my crew going. As always, it's a pleasure to be with everybody and to celebrate this great game that we all love.
So just a quick shout out to PAC Northwest coaches. We have Gabrielle, Gabby, Heidi. And on the Thunderbirds, we have Garrett, John, Chago, and Lisa.
USA South.
Or sorry, South, yeah. Actually, I will circle back to that. Okay, so we're going to have PAC Northwest to kick off and South to receive. South wearing the blue, PAC Northwest in green. Referee checks the captains. Everything's okay. Kickoff's going to be Amanda Homer. Ball's up, goes 10. It bounces. Ooh, almost stolen by PAC, by the Loggers. South sets up their attack. Ball goes to ground. Cleaned up. Some quick ruck speed there by Loggers, able to get the penalty. So it looks like they're going to tap and go. Yeah. Moving it through the pods. Nice drive. Ball's available. Swings it out left. Out to 21. That's Massanu, who had a good day yesterday. Out to the 15. Homer. Makes a little cut. Back out to the winger. It's coming back inside. Going up the side touchline. And we're going to have a penalty advantage. So South able to bend and not break. We're going to try and work it up the field a little bit, gives themselves some room. Ball's moving out the back line now. They've got numbers on the outside. They've got the pace. They're getting around the edge. Good tackle. It's a good saving tackle there. I think it was number 7, Trinity Wall. Actually, that was number 4, Snapper King. So it's able to work themselves out of their 22 and just kind of halfway between the 22 and the 10 meter. Loggers put in one cleanly. Actually, referee disagrees with me, and we're going to have a scrum. So Panthers, one of the 2 teams that are undefeated so far. So you have the Eastern States Storm, formerly the EGRL, and you have Panthers South that were both undefeated yesterday. Some really good matches last night. Ball's out. Was dropped, but went backwards. There's Avery Tanner. Sorry, Tanner Avery. Butler. It's going to be a penalty for not rolling away. So Hare taps it, gives to Butler. That's a good poach by Loggers. Going to say hands in. Hare taps. And we've got some pace on the outside if they can get it there. Haas doing a nice job of moving everything up the field. Butler, nice little pop pass, snuffed out by Loggers. Up into the Loggers half. A bit of a high tackle, but ball went backwards. It's okay. It was kind of a bang play. Loggers doing a good job of hitting that second runner, that second receiver. Haas digs it out. Goes through the hands, but goes backwards. Nice little run forward. Out to 12, out to I. And just the pass was a little bit low. So we're going to have a... Referee's actually giving a penalty. Kick for touch, successful, right on the half. So we'll have our second line out of the morning. So a little back and forth so far. Ball is probably a little bit slippery because it is a little dewy out there. That'll burn off fairly quickly. It is Florida. We're expecting mid-70s today, so it's pretty nice. Line out is not straight. Referee says, okay, play on. Nice step inside. Finds a gap. There's numbers on the edge. To I. Big bruising hit. Loggers players slow to get up. And we're going to have a scrum for a knock-on. So the Loggers winger, I think it was Henricks. I'll confirm. It might have been Jackson. Came up and made a bruising tackle on Ty, and she came out the worst of the contact. But seems to be back to her feet. Seems to be okay. Hayden with the put in. Good push by South. Loggers maintain. Good tackle by Ty. Cut back inside. Again, Ty with the tackle. And it's going to be a penalty for not rolling away. Quick tap. Good push back by, I think that was Myers. Loggers move it out the other side. Got some good go forward. Need to get the support there. They do. Starting to move the ball a little bit better now. Might not be the worst idea in the world to kind of stay away from those two Panthers centers. Up to the halfway now. Loggers doing a good job of kind of taking the couple of meters that the defense has given them. Good possession and just keeping those passes short. A little bit of a show and go by 23. I don't have a name for number 23, I'm sorry. So if we can get that in the chat, that would be fantastic. So we don't have the clock running on this one, well, at least for the first half anyway. So we'll get that set up in the second half. So nice little cut back inside. I think that was number 12, Ford. It's a little bit hard to see the green numbers from up here. It's number 7, Trinity Wall. So multiple phases here by the Loggers. Just keeping it moving back and forth. And a cut through. Nice little breakaway right up the middle. That's number 13, Naomi Orton, in for the score. So it's right under the post, so a good kicking opportunity now as well. So that was a very, very patient attack by Northwest. It was a good 5-6 minutes of just taking the little couple of meters at a time and just really working the ball through the hands back and forth from sideline to sideline. It was a very well worked try. And it was good solid defense that just kind of gave up that big break at the end. Number 23 is Shea. Thank you, folks at home in the chat. I'll add that to my list. Kickoff doesn't go 10, but Loggers put a hand on it, so they maintain possession of it. That's number 1, October Michael. Loggers again just working their way up the field. Correction, number 15, Amanda Homer, is the one with the try. A bit of a show and go. Gets a couple of meters. Ball's out to Shea. Breaks one tackle. Takes a couple of people to get her down. Naomi Myers with the final tackle. We're going to have penalty advantage. And it looks like it's turned over. So the referee put up his hand for penalty advantage, but then the ball got turned over. So this is Butler. Ball's out. Skips a couple of people. Tanner Avery on the outside. Out into touch. So good defense by PAC North. The Panthers were really trying to work that edge. They've got a lot of speed out there. So we have a jam-packed schedule today. Panthers coaches are Lexi, Jeff, and Josh. So shout out to those guys. First game of the day, obviously this one is PAC Northwest versus South. Next up, Midwest versus USA West. Then we're going to have Eastern State Storm versus USA South, the two undefeated teams. After that, we'll have PAC Northwest versus USA West, and then we'll finish the day with Storm versus the Baby Birds. Supposedly, there's something called the Six Nations on as well, but we'll expect to have a much higher viewership here. So scrum on the 10-meter line. Actually, kind of just outside the 22. The lines are a little hard to see on the field today. Not used to this sunshine thing. Okay, South have it. Straight up the middle. Good support. And just an unfortunate drop by Avery Tanner. Was coming on at pace. Now we have PAC with the scrum advantage. And it's stolen by number 7. Evie Vinton will go back for the original penalty advantage. So it's going to be a scrum to PAC North. Both PACs had a fairly solid scrum so far. Emma Hayden, ball in hand. It's in. Ball's put to the air over the head of winger Avery Tanner. Cuts to the outside, has support. Nice little loop around. One to beat. Nice job there by USA South. I think that was Corey Reese. Please correct us if I'm wrong. Little 1-2 punch out on the outside there with Avery Tanner and with Tanner Avery and Corey Reese. Zero wind to speak of today, so that shouldn't be a factor with any of the kicking. Kicks up and good. So we have tied score, 7-7. Loggers work their way back to halfway. The after points there were Adria Doyle. So 2 successful tries and conversions in this one. Won cleanly by Panthers. Just keeping it tight right now. Now they've the back line out. Bit of a high tackle. It's going to be a penalty advantage. Caught by the hair. But Myers gets another couple of meters on it. Out to Butler. Support is there. Loggers not overcommitting to the rocks. That's number 23, Reese. And just a knock on at the end, so we have a scrum advantage to Loggers. Back on the attack, working their way up to the 22-meter line. Out to their first pod. Good push by South. Ball's maintained by Loggers. We're going to stop for an injury. And that looks to be Corey Reese down. Trainers, come on. So as I was saying earlier, we have a jam-packed day of rugby. We have Midwest Thunderbirds versus USA West coming up next. After that, we'll have Eastern State Storm versus USA South. That's the big match of the day right as it stands right now, because they're both the undefeated teams. We have PAC Northwest Loggers again against USA West. And then to finish the day, we'll have Eastern State Storm versus Midwest Thunderbirds. The Baby Birds. It'll be a scrum to the Loggers. Hayden with the ball. Big push by South, but Loggers keep it. Going back towards the middle. Good run by October Michael. The communication out here is absolutely fantastic. We're a good distance from the field in this decently large stadium, and we can hear it from up here, so it's really impressive. Good push. That I think that's... Actually, I won't call a name because I'm not sure. Loggers knocking on the door. They're just outside. They're about 2 meters out, past the outside. And that looks to be... I think that was... Snapper King. I'm not sure. I'll let you guys know in a second once I have a jersey number. Yeah, number 4, Snapper King, with the try in the corner. So not an easy kick. Right on the edge of the touchline. Kind of kicking into the sun as well, just to add a little spice to it. Solid strike. Just pushes to the left of the post. So we're going to have the score at, it's going to be 12-7. So Loggers up. Getting close to half time now. South are ready. Ball's up. Taken cleanly. Sport needs to get there quickly. Haas was trying to get her hands in. And we're going to have a penalty for offside called on number 24, Pullum. Taken on a tap by Homer. Working their way across the field. Some really nice pod work. The ball squirted outside and it looks like it's turned over. Panthers have it. Working their way up to the middle. It looks like it's been poached. So Loggers back on attack. Pass kind of went beyond the hand, so Loggers have to go back a little bit and clean it up. Oh, and it's taken on the outside. Panthers. Ball squirted out in a tackle, and Panthers took advantage and brought it up and then tackled into touch. So it's going to be a Loggers put in on the line out. Looks like we're going to go full complement on the line out. Really good throw by the thrower. Not sure if it was the hooker or not. Ball's moving out the back now, went over the hands, but it was still backwards. Some good ruck speed. Oh, a little bit of an errant pass, and it's kind of bobbled around a little bit, so we're going to have a knock on, and that's going to be half. Good solid back and forth so far. We have 12-5 in favor of Northwest Loggers. And we'll take a slight break here. A couple of seconds. I'll just go over the lineups for the rest of the day again. Next up, we have Midwest Thunderbirds versus USA West. Then we have the two undefeated teams, Eastern State Storm versus USA South Panthers. After that, we have PAC Northwest versus USA West. And to finish the day, we're going to have the Eastern State Storm versus the Midwest Thunderbirds. So a little bit of a different scenario this year versus other years. The EGRL were one of the teams that was in it the past 3 years. This is year 4. And the Territorial Championships, as it is called, is now becoming more of a territorial kind of a battle. So before you had a little bit looser lines on where you could get your player pool from. So that's been kind of pre-agreed upon that, you know, certain areas will kind of maintain their own geographic locations, and they're you can see that the teams are quite even out here. So we're going to take a slight break and we'll be back to the action in a couple of minutes. Ready to get going in the second half. We have score of 12-7. Loggers looking to hand the USA South Panthers their first loss, but if the Panthers have anything to say about it, they'll be putting up a fight. It's been some good back and forth. Kickoff by Bullock. Doesn't go 10, eventually does. Loggers maintain, they try and set the ruck. They do. They swing it out. The backs want to get moving. Owen just knocked on in the tackle. Cleaned up. And we have a break on the outside. That's number 7, Evie Vinton. Passes it out to number 15. And she dives for the corner. That's a great score by USA South Panthers. And that was number 15, Adria Doyle, that puts it down in the corner. Great work there by Evie Vinton. Gets the turnover, gains some meters, and then passes the ball out to her teammate at fullback, Adria Doyle. So Panthers are right back in it. 12-all, kick to follow. Again, this is not an easy kick. This is right from the sideline. It's going to be number 21, Ivy Bettis. Kind of the same distance that Northwest had on their conversion attempt from the sideline, just the opposite side. Kicks up, bit of a low line drive. Doesn't have the distance. So we're all tied up. 12-all. Loggers working their way back. And I think that's Amanda Homer with ball in hand. Kicks deep. Off the hands with backwards. Cleaned up. South working their way back to half. Set their pods. Oh, and it's stolen by number 20. Waisler. Ball security becoming a very, very important factor in this game. PAC looked to move it out to the outside, but we have a knock on, and I'm not sure if the ref is considering it intentional. No, he's not. If it was considered intentional, that would be a yellow. So we're doing 5-minute yellows on these 22.5-minute halves. I see everybody in the crowd getting their sunscreen out. I have my SPF 50 insensitive. And I'm in the booth. Okay, so we have the ball moving out the back line. Loggers are very deep. Good tackle by Doyle. Panthers are not committing to the rucks now, keeping the numbers outside. Ball is turned over. Moving back into contact. That's number 1, Langdon. Little dish to the 11, Looney. Now there's space on the outside. They have the numbers. That's Vinton. Vinton steps out, tackled into touch by number 12, Naomi Orton. Loggers ball. So Evie Vinton making a nice run down the sideline, just ran out of grass. And a nice tackle by Orton. It's won by South. Cleaned up by Doyle. Key sets it out. It's number 4, Kalapu. And it's stolen again. So we just need a little bit better ball security on both sides. Big tackle in the middle. It's number 25, which I also, actually, sorry, number 25 is Ty. Changing jerseys today. Big bruising hit. I think that was Massanu. Actually, it was Massanu, it was Shea. That's Orton making her way up to halfway. Some good ball movement. And just as I say that, I jinx them. So we're going to have a knock on. It was a little bit of a short pass by Snapper King, and unfortunately couldn't be handled by the winger 14, Henricks. Ball security, a little bit of a factor so far. Both teams are working side to side, sideline to sideline, which is great to see. They're really using every piece of the field, and every player is involved. But there's been quite a few turnovers by both teams within the contact area. To Eye on the move. It's number 21, Bettis. And again, it's turned over. Loggers don't have a scrum half, and it's stolen. So we're going to have a penalty advantage. So it was stolen by Panthers, but just the support was even shocked by it, so they weren't able to get there. And then Loggers were able to put numbers into that ruck and start working their way back out again. Strong defense by Kalapu. Loggers keep going forward. They have numbers on the outside. Ball is on the ground, but it's cleaned up. Work their way back to the middle. Oh, and there's a little bit of a hole tried to get to. Out to Snapper King. Gives a stiff arm. And just knocked into touch by Tanner Avery. Snapper King had a nice run up the sideline. Good stiff arm to break the first tackle, and then Tanner Avery comes across and drives her into touch. So we're going to have a put in right on the halfway line. Perfect vantage point for us. London Key with the throw. It's won cleanly, reasonably cleanly by South. It's number 18, Eves. Out to Tanner Avery. Sidesteps one, up past the half. Back to Butler. Going to have penalty advantage. That's 22 Bullock. Bit of a long pass, and it looks like it was knocked on, so we're going to go back for the original infraction. Ball's moving. Nice little sidestep. Good offload. That's number 6. Sandberg was driven into touch.
Two English guys here. English back, English back.
Lager spread it out. They've got numbers on the outside. Nice little burst through the middle. Tries to connect on the wing, but just a little bit outside the hands.
Seems weird, but maybe.
So we're going to give a shout out to the referees in this one. We have Mark Hawkins, Mike Gray, and Ian Key. Key and Gray are both Royal Air Force and Royal Navy from England. This is the kind of quality we're getting here. Good drive by Loggers. Takes a few to get her down. Ball's moving. Seeing a lot less kicking in this first match of the day. And driven out into touch. And it looks like we have a bit of an injury on that. So we'll take a couple of seconds. Hopefully it's just getting the wind knocked out of her. That was number 10, Heva. Havia. Seems to be okay, back to her feet. Going with the shorter line out. Production O'Brien telling me we have about 10 minutes left. All tied up, 12-12. London Key. Ball's won cleanly by South. It's number 4, Kalapu. Driving on and back into touch. Gained a couple of meters and then driven out. We'll have green put in. And it's going to be Janaea Massanu. Goes short. It's number 23, Shea. And referee says not straight. So Loggers trying to do the quick tap, and now it's going to be a scrum. We'll have Reva Jane to put it in for South. The fact that there hasn't been much kicking in this game will definitely open up some holes at the back if either team decides to start. Ball's in. Won cleanly by South. The scrum half 15 Homer came around the side, but not releasing. So we have a quick tap and a knock on, unfortunately. Evie Vinton tried to take a tap and go and just unfortunately dropped it in the changeover. This is an important match for both teams, but for the South, they are undefeated. So this would be a big win for Loggers. And it would also mean that there's only one undefeated team left, which is Eastern States storm, but I am getting ahead of myself here. Both these teams have done a really good job so far this weekend. Very, very good in the contact areas. It's been physical bruising so far. Break off the back by Wall. Runs into a wall. Now they have some space. Cut back inside by Orton. And we're going to have a penalty for not rolling away. Tap and go. That's number 1, October Michael. Ball is it's available now. Took a little bit to get it out. Big push by Panthers, but it is maintained. Shea gets it out. Big bruising hit by number 25 to I. Massanu. Again, the ball goes through the hands and out into touch. It's just that last connection sometimes that's been missing. With select slides, these kids are not playing together all the time, so you do get, sometimes you get a little bit of lack of full continuity. It's really something where, you know, you have a higher level, higher caliber players than you might have at most clubs, and you just really have to trust that they can work together well. And it seems to be just those last couple of passes on the outside just going awry. One by South, and referee says it's going to be a penalty to South. Actually, no, sorry, not straight. We're going to have a scrum. See plenty of college coaches and recruiters enjoying a nice sunny day of rugby, most of them from the northeast, so glad to get out of the snow and freezing cold that we've had up there for weeks. It seems like they added about 9 extra weeks to January in the northeast. PSA announcement, use your sunscreen, kids. If anybody needs it, I have SPF 70 and 50. They wouldn't sell me any higher. Orton. Hands in, and it's turned over. Panthers on the move. Work the way up a little bit. Loggers have numbers at the ruck. Panthers do a good job to maintain. They have the numbers on the outside now. Oh, and it's just that, again, we're talking about that little loop pass. It's just not getting there on the outside. So it's turned over. Good hands. Loggers maintain possession. That's 15 Homer. Cut back inside. Sport needs to get there quickly. Does. Just a knock on by Shea in the transfer. Maybe hearing footsteps. Both of these teams are really good around the contact area, and they've been hitting hard all day, all weekend. Jane with the put. Just trying to decide which side to go in. The referee says, come back over here. Good push by Loggers, but we have London Key breaking off the back. Big push by Loggers. If they can get that second person committed to the ruck, they could drive it off. Very, very good work by South to maintain possession. And again, just a little bit of a bobble in the transfer. I'll be joined for the next match by the dulcet, sultry tones of Brian Melody, emperor of all that is West Carroll rugby. The reason he's not on the microphone right now is he just came up the stairs and he's breathing pretty heavily. We need to get a fitness regimen going for some of these coaches. Big tackle by Ty, and it's turned over. Doyle has it. I think it's Doyle. Pop out back into contact. Big drive by Langdon. Now Panthers are starting to run onto those balls at pace. Avery Tanner. We're still not sure if it's Avery Tanner or Tanner Avery, and now we're inside our heads.
Yeah, we hit the ground running. Good morning, everyone.
Catch your breath.
That's the barn burner so far.
Oh, it's been a heavy hitting matchup here.
We were listening on the way over from the hotel, and
good defense by Loggers, driving Panther South out into touch. It's been back and forth. It's just been bruising between the 22s for the last 10, 12 minutes. Have a good night's sleep, buddy? Tanner Avery. Thank you, people at home. We appreciate it. Somebody told us we were wrong last night. We've been second-guessing ourselves ever since. By us, I mean me. But there are a lot of voices in my head, so I don't know if that counts. Cut back inside by Orton. Breaks a couple of tackles. Takes 3 or 4 to get her down. Looks like it's turned over. Good work by Panthers. And good work by Loggers to wrap up the scrum half, trying to get it out. Referee says that was not good work and it's a penalty. And looks like Orton a little slow to get up.
hey, Brian, it's going to be interesting to see how this day goes. All the teams that are here played really hard rugby last night. And it's going to be a big test this early in the season for a lot of the teams, a lot of the athletes coming out.
Yeah.
And seeing how they recover on day 2. You know, all these tournaments that we've gone to through the years, it's a real test of the fitness level and, you know, their ability to recover and get back on the pitch today. You know, just walking around the lobby of the hotel this morning before we got on the buses, and, you know, the girls are excited to play, but, you know, they're bumped and bruised, and it's going to be another tough day of rugby.
Yeah, you know, that's a really good point. That was actually Ford, who had a really good game that went off injured just at the end there. So this is all tied up. So really, really hard-fought match by both teams. But you're right. You know, these teams were hard-hitting last night, and there's not one single player out there that's not going to have a few bumps and bruises. And don't forget, this is early in the season as well for a lot of these players. So the fitness level, while it hasn't shown, it might not be there for the recovery aspect of it. So.
Okay, is there someone there to take over? Just rip the tape on the back of the door.
Next up, we have. Let me get out my handy dandy sheet. We have Midwest Baby Birds versus USA West.
Yeah, USA West had a tough day yesterday. We're on the receiving end of 2 real tough games against the South and the East. So I'm really looking for them to bounce back today and put on a good showing. You know, I know that they weren't happy with the results, and, you know, they're going to do their all to put out a best effort today, as well as the Baby Birds as well. This is their tournament, for lack of a better
Yeah,
word.
yeah.
Through, they were the ones that created it.
This
10
was the
years they've been
brainchild
coming
of-
down, and this has been their event, and this is they also went 0-2 yesterday, so it's a real challenge for them to see which one of these teams is able to sort of hit the reset button and do some positive things here to try to get themselves on the win column this morning.
Yeah, this all started with the Baby Birds coming down with a couple of squads, and they played each other just to get some warm weather. They're suffering in the cold in the winter like the rest of us up north. So it started out with them coming down with a couple of squads. They play a few games against each other. Then I think South Panthers were next to join. EGRL came in for the last 3 years. Now the
4 years. This is our 4th year.
Well, so I'm getting there. I'm going to unveil the storm. Storm's rolling in.
Storm preparation.
So EGRL was all players made up from the EGRL League, which is run on the East Coast, and from upstate New York to South Carolina. But it became more of a true geographical, territorial championship, and all the teams agreed to what areas they're going to work within. And the EGRL changed over to the Eastern State Storm, so they could actually pull from players that were outside the league, and there's some really good talent in some of these pockets.
Correct.
Outside of the EGRL on the East Coast as well.
It's really a throwback to years ago. The USA Rugby had a lot of territorial all-star teams that different players were able to play up, and through the reorganization and things like that, it sort of fell by the wayside, and it comes down to some of the smaller organizations to come together and make events like this happen, make events like the EGRL showcases, and a couple other things. The Carolinas has their tournament in the fall as well, and it's really a grassroots effort to make girls rugby great again, I guess, in the United States, because these are the people that are building towards when we host the Olympics coming down the road. And
if you really want to have a good return on investment, there's no higher ROI than girls rugby. The scholarship opportunities at college. We've got the World Cup coming up in 5 years now in the US. And if we could get more investment from people that may have an interest in seeing this thing grow, if we can get more investment at the lower levels where we can put on more events, because these events aren't cheap to run, and it's the families that are actually putting it all out. So if we can get more investment at the lower levels, we could actually build something to where we don't have to worry about picking between sports or between things that the families have to budget.
Exactly right. Yeah, it would be great to see. We've seen it incrementally where rugby was always the fallback sport, where somebody was playing soccer for their school team, or lacrosse or volleyball,
cheap option,
whatever the sport was, and then they become a rugby on in their spare time or as an additional sport. And with all the opportunities that are coming from these colleges and building towards the national team, that's what events like this do. They showcase it so that we know where the carrot is and what the goals are, and it's been a real pleasure to see the athletes get better and better every year, building towards those goals.
Well, yeah, you touched on something really, really important. The younger you can get a player into rugby, the more their knowledge base builds and the more their skills base builds. By the time they get to high school, they're looking at the game differently. If you can get them in young enough, and they can see the field better, they can do more things with the ball. And I would say there's been more investment in other countries. Like you look at, Canada's running on a shoestring budget, and they had a very, very successful campaign in the World Cup, losing out to a juggernaut England in the final. But it was an amazing tournament. I know I said England. You rolled your eyes.
Brian, you set the bar last night saying nice things about referees, and you're starting off early this morning speaking highly of England. We might be in for a long day here.
All right. You know what? I'll turn my own mic off. I'm trying something new, all right?
And speaking of
Yeah, empty.
of the women's college rugby game. We want to wish a happy Valentine's Day to all of our daughters who are off at university right now. I'm sure they're up and at it at the library early this morning, getting on top of their studies, missing their fathers, as Production O'Brien has added. So, and all three of ours are in southern New England right now. Sacred Heart University, New Haven, and the Quinnipiac University are being represented. Coach Eisenhart, what was it? He's throwing up a peace sign and a happy Valentine's Day going out to everyone at the United States Military Academy at West Point.
Nelson Galarza on the field side camera, and Mr. Eisenhart. He said we have to call him Mr. Eisenhart.
Mr. Eisenhart.
Or he said, if you don't call me Mr. Eisenhart, you won't get any hugs.
Yeah, it's amazing that, usually when we've brought this group down and they've had victory, the coaching staff in victory has been so humble that it's unexpected that Coach Eisenhart would be so over the top.
Yeah, he's a little bit much.
Can you hear? Is he listening?
We'll make sure his family's listening at home. We can replay this part. As we were saying yesterday, he received some hugs from some players at the Jersey tournament, and it was literally like the kids were hugging an ironing board.
Yeah, the storm came and went. It was like a rising tide.
Yes, yeah.
There was some effective hugging, and then it waned and got awkward a little bit.
His fight or flight response was kicking in. There was a couple of kids almost got throat punches when they went to hug him.
All right, we're off in the second game of the day.
Balls up.
We have the Midwest Thunderbirds in green, and then USA West is in the red, white, and blue. Moving from left to right on your screen.
Ball squibs out the side. USA have it, and it's knocked on. A couple of early jitters, which I'm sure they'll get under control very quickly. I got so excited to have help in the booth that I forgot to get my sheets ready for this game.
Pre-production work's always the first thing to go.
It is. You'd be surprised. Here we go.
Midwest on the move. It looks like we're going to come back for a knock-on advantage. Scrum advantage to USA West. A couple early jitters here from both sides.
Yeah.
I think there's you start the first day 0-2, you put a lot of pressure on yourself to come out and get off to a good start. Try to turn the tide on how your weekend's going, and it's natural that you may see some of these jitters.
Our second scrum in as many minutes. So USA West had a good day yesterday. Baby Birds the same. Nice break off the back by West. Gaining about 15 meters. Pod set. It latched on a little early, but ref says it's okay. Ball's turned over. Baby Birds have it. That's looks to be number 21. Nora Laddish. And it's turned over again. So, ball security, also a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, a lot of competition at the breakdown early on here.
Yeah. Until we have diving over. So, the trusty fullback, Roth, steps up. She's got a huge boot.
Yeah, she had a really strong day yesterday. She's in control of the fields. Really is the general out there. And, you could see when the portion of the day where she was on the sidelines, that there was a little bit of disorganization on the Midwest side. She really firms that up and is just an explosive player, ball in hand or kicking.
That's why you can see those players that command presence on the field.
There she goes there.
One of them.
Great pass.
That's out to 14. Good run by Savoy. Ball's dug out by Behrens. Thunderbirds get to the breakdown. There's Roth again, puts it out to Savoy. So 1-2 connection for them. A little bit slow on the roll away, but it's all good. Roth digs it out. Baby Birds moving it down the line here. Trying to spread that defense. Bit of a show and go. Oh, and a nice little pullback on
nice
the
movement.
outside. I think that was to number 6, Staten.
Yes.
Oh, good hands. And there goes Roth.
She's got numbers to the outside.
Gets it to 5. Don't have a name on number 5. Help us out at home.
Oh, good hands there by the 12.
That's Summerfield. She had a good day for herself yesterday as well. Big drive by South. Referee says it was not legal, it was diving over, so we're going to have a kick at the posts.
And Midwest had a really tough day yesterday because they were in both the matches that they were that they played. Came back against Northwest to retake the lead and then let it slip away at the in the last 10 minutes or so of the match, and then had a tough go in their second match as well. But traditionally they've been the powerhouse in this event, and you'd expect them to turn it around today.
Kicks up, good. Thunderbirds put 3 on the board through the absolutely huge foot of Roth. You'd wonder how she's able to walk around with a kick that big. Her feet are stunning kick. West looked to put the ball back in play and maybe get something moving into the Baby Birds direction. It's up, deep high kick into the sun. Takes a nice bounce. It's number 25, Behrens. Again, good work around the breakdown by South, or by West. It's turned over. West are putting numbers into rucks. They're making sure they protect that ball. They have an overload on the outside. That's number 15 cutting back inside just before the try line. 15 was Dalzell. Big hit by the Baby Birds. Defense trying to pull
Midwest
people
tighten
over.
up to yesterday.
Oh, and it's turned over. It's a really good defense there by Baby Birds. Till they got their opportunity. And Roth puts it to the foot. Takes a kind bounce. Cleaned up, I think, by number 12, Summerfield.
That's a great job by Midwest. We saw them do it several times yesterday where they had their backs against the wall and they were just able to toughen up and stop a try from being scored.
Yeah, so the strategy in this one is it's already, there's probably been more kicks in this game so far in the first few minutes than we saw in the whole last game.
Yeah, I think we saw that from all the teams yesterday where there was aggressive line speed and that there will be some opportunities to kick it over the top or, try to flip the field by using the foot.
Well, yeah, talk about that, because that's how you keep a defense honest, right? You just put a couple of little chips over the top and you make them second guess whether they should come up hard or not.
And it's definitely something that's been developing within the girls' game. It's a little slow to develop compared to, if you watch international play or anything like that. But as the girls gain more confidence and develop a better kick chase, I think it's going to be something that we'll see in the future.
There are numbers on the outside. Path was a little bit too saucy by Roth. They do maintain possession. It's a good clean-up by Sheehan. West being very, very aggressive on the D. But, that kicking game, that only develops when you can get players in early and they get more time on the field,
Correct.
more time in practice. West have it. And just that last pass bobbled as she was tackled and just bobbles into touch. She is still down on the field. She's back to her feet now. Do you see a number? I think it was maybe Hackett, but I'm not entirely sure.
It looks like she's just going to get checked out quickly by the trainers to make sure she's clear. I don't know if she may have taken a hit to the head as she went to the ground there. Yeah, it looks like that's what the referee's motioning for, is to have her take a head injury assessment, which is great, especially this early in the year and with the level of play, the attention that's being given by the medical team, the athletic trainers, the referees. It's a team to make sure these players are as safe as possible.
Yeah, shout out to the medical staff and the referees the last couple of days. They've been doing some really great work. We even have a celebrity referee in our midst from last night. We had former USA Eagle Carly Waters. Are you considered a former Eagle, or wouldn't you always be an Eagle?
I think once you're an Eagle,
that's it.
You're always an Eagle.
Yeah.
Yeah, they give you the number, and you're Eagle, whatever that number is for
life.
Eternity.
In perpetuity. West have it. Coming up the center. I think that's number 12, Summerfield. Again, they have an overload on the outside.
Oh, strong fend.
Yes. They're knocking on the door. That's number 5, who's had a really good weekend.
Held up again. Baby Birds. Goal line stand once more.
Actually, it might be a number 6. It's hard to... The numbers kind of blending into the jersey a little bit. So Roth has ball in hand. It's going to be a goal line dropout.
And you can see both sides. The girls are pressing. Sometimes it's better just to take the ball to the ground and, recycle it for the next set of attackers to have a chance instead of trying to offload it and, do too much. And that's a problem sometimes when you're playing outside of your normal team and outside of your comfort level. You try to do more than's necessary, and it leads to unforced errors.
Yeah, knock on by Dalzell. Well, we've seen so far, this is developing, we've seen, a couple of overloads where that inside runner is just eating up the space rather than holding their line and just getting that ball out on a nice little pop.
Yeah, we saw that a lot last night. Sometimes it just takes one runner in the line to square their shoulders up and go forward and stop taking the space away from the outside players, because the numbers are there. You just need to have the space to go along with the numbers, or you're just going to run into the sideline. And
yeah, and some of these players are, they might be the best players on their local team, so they're used to kind of putting the team on their shoulders and just saying, I'll do it myself. But you need to trust that everybody here is here for a really good reason, and they're here because they're all high-level athletes.
Yeah. And, we're going to be joined shortly here by Lance Connolly in the booth, and he was here when William Webb Ellis first picked the ball up, and I don't think from that match the sideline has ever missed a tackle. So if you take up that space and you go out of bounds, you're going to turn the ball over that way.
The Storm was angry that day, my friends.
And I think the rugby school was playing Penn State that day. Was that right?
Yeah, he was overrated. He wasn't that good. He was constantly knocking on. It was terrible.
Good morning to Lance as he joins the broadcast.
Well, to say the reason he picked it up was because he had a really bad boot. So
Yeah, wooden cleats.
clogs.
Yeah. But they were 16 millimeter. And raking was encouraged.
If we're entertaining you at home, you have a really bad sense of humor.
Thank you for inviting us to your romantic Valentine's Day brunch. Throw another log on the fire, and
I've already sent flowers to my wife. I will still have a home to come to. To my wife.
It would have been nicer if you had to send Production O'Brien's wife flowers. She's not getting them from him. Nice break by Roth down
There
the
she
side.
goes.
She breaks the tackle. She's got some room. Puts a little chip through.
beautiful. Could you get a bounce? Oh, another kick.
Another kick again. If she can get her hands on it. It is available. And I think the referee's going to call a knock on. Or let's let this develop here rather than guessing.
I'm sure the conversation with the AR.
Yeah, looks like it's going to play the knocked forward scrum down to USA West. Next level athleticism by Roth there. And, we've talked about her ball, running with ball in hand and using the foot. She did it all there. And, sometimes you need that lucky bounce, too, at the end to sort of pop up in your hands and you have champagne rugby.
Yeah.
Well, the West more than held their own the last scrum, so this could be an important one for them.
West maintains possession, runs first face out.
Create a little space for themselves.
Good clearance kick. Looks like Roth is there to field. Oh, it's over her head. West is able to flip the field.
Now the kick chase, see how that works.
Great open field tackle.
Roth is so cool under pressure.
Yeah, she's been fun to watch this weekend.
She has to get up from one rock and get the ball moving from the next rock. So we're going to have a knock on.
I've been impressed with the defense from both sides. You've seen goal line stands from both teams, and the West seems like they've really put the work in overnight to reorganize and reset from what was a tough day yesterday to really get things together, and are making a strong showing so far in this one.
Yeah, sense of that too, that they really come back and do well. It's great to see that too. But wonder, it looks like the heat is starting to get to both sides though. The pace is slowing down just a bit.
So you guys both had an extra couple of hours of beauty sleep, but hasn't done much, honestly. Heat might be getting to me as well.
You're a West player down.
Let's play on. Referee takes a look over to make sure that he knows where the injured player is. Ball is out now. It's beyond the injured player. So rugby doesn't stop unless it has to for an injury, unless it's either something where they're really worried about the actual injury itself to the player, or if the play is actually going to come in back towards it. So, in essence, West are playing with a player down right now. So referee says, okay, we're heading back towards the site of the injury, so we should just break it up. It's going to be a scrum to
Over the years, we've seen players protect from the other team, protect an injured player on the ground to make sure that nothing happens to them, calling for help. It's really an interesting piece of our game too.
Yeah, at this event, as it's we've come back year after year, it's really interesting to see the relationships develop between the players as well. Just because they're the West, the Midwest, the East, the South, whoever it is, these girls are all going to be teammates someday at college. And, I've seen it on the flip side with, going and spend a lot of time at some college games over the past couple of years. And it's great to see girls that are playing for Army, Navy, Quinnipiac, Sacred Heart, talk to each other after the games, and their families get to know each other from coming to events like this, from all the different things. And
then they, they'll do sevens tournaments. They'll see each other playing with different teams, but they all get to hang out with each other. They're like professionals in how they travel. They behave. They're not running down the hallways at nighttime. They're getting their sleep. They're behaving like professional athletes, which is great to see. But they do have a lot of fun, and the parents all do get to engage with each other. And
they're really competitive. They're playing for the same positions in colleges, the same select side team. There's a lot of common goals that they're competing against each other, but they do have a respect for each other as well. That's exciting to see.
Yeah. I think our sport fosters that, though, doesn't it?
Exactly. Yeah.
What makes us different.
And as a rugby dad, it's very, very cool for us to be able to present these things and then go watch the college athletes and be able to recognize half the players out there.
Exactly.
It's very, very cool.
Wow, just dominant.
I think it was too dominant.
It's a little bit too
in the girls
dominant,
U19 game.
Maybe a little dark arts there.
Yeah. So Roth back with ball in hand.
Ooh, did not find touch. Oop.
The sun is starting to become a factor, it looks like. That was bounced into the arms of Germundi.
That was a lucky break for the Midwest. A missing touch, but they're able to get the knock-on advantage. Yeah, heat is going to be a factor. It is, for those of you that don't live in Florida, because the majority of the people here have been in a spot where it's been snowing, ice, and all of those things over the last few weeks. The sun is shining, and it's getting hot here in St. Petersburg. All right, here comes Midwest on the move. Dugout trying to work the short side of the field.
I'll do it first.
And it looks like they've been pushed out into touch. Lineout's going to go to USA West.
I also wonder how much fatigue from yesterday is playing.
Yeah, they were playing some hard rugby yesterday and very physical. Yeah, it's going to be interesting the conditioning, see how they recover, and also the structure of the rosters that the coaches and administrators have put together to see where the depth is and the juggling act to get the minutes right. West is trying to move it to the outside, another mishandle.
Yeah, Midwest defensive pressure.
Turned it back over, but they're going to go back and play the first knock-on.
Yeah, scrum down to Midwest.
Closing minutes of the first half here with Midwest leading 3-0. Good movement going through the centers. There's Roth. She has numbers outside. Oh, it looks like it was knocked forward.
Yeah,
Playing
trying to
advantage
offload
to the West.
Yeah.
See if West is going to try to run it out or kick to clear. Looks like they're going to run it out.
Midwest line speed is greatly improved.
Yeah. And it seemed like the defense on both sides are much better organized today than they were last night. I'm sure the coaches were working last night at the hotel to get things headed in the right direction.
Roth go back for the ball. Winger options. West put a great chase on that.
Excellent job to retain possession when she was isolated by Roth there.
Yeah. This is more classic Midwest play, more what we're used to.
Exactly right. You see they're finding their shapes as we're into extra time in the first half, so fatigue's setting in. You're just looking for some consistency with your structure and hoping to find a hole in the defense you can punch through and maybe get a score before we go to halftime here.
Pass
Excellent
intercepted by
turnover
West.
ball.
Yeah.
See if West can counter. Looks like we're going to go back and play the first knock.
Maybe we're not extra time. Referee is looking at his watch, so it's just a matter of time. West are so very flat in attack. Number 8 pickup. Breaks left, keeps her feet.
Big clear out by the West. See if they can attack to the outside.
Big clear out again. Their physicality's really stepped up, huh?
Yeah. Options to the left and right. They go left.
The line speed's presenting problems now.
Yeah. Midwest match numbers very well on this side of the field. We're going to come back to it. Offside.
So if you know the game, even if time has expired, if play continues a penalty, the play will continue. It will not stop the game or end the half then.
And the referee controls the clock as well, so it will only matter what is on his watch. Strong counter-ruck from the Midwest. Forces a knock on, and that'll be the end of the first half with the Midwest 3, USA West 0.
So that we said yesterday. They've come back much tougher.
Exactly
They've
right.
figured things out. Midwest is starting to pick up their shape. They're looking like what we're more used to seeing. But Midwest are up to the task. So our West is up to the task. So good on them.
Yeah, both teams with different challenges and going 0-2 yesterday. USA West had two matches where they were on the bad end of a big score, and Midwest was playing tight matches in both. So there's a different level of disappointment for each, but it's nice to see them playing better and being more organized and doing the things they need to do to find success today so far in the first half.
A lot of pride at stake too. They can,
without a doubt, and
they can hold their heads up.
It's funny talking to my daughter, who's played in this event a couple of times in the past few years, was having some conversations with some of her teammates in college over whose team was going to come out on top this weekend. So it's nice to know that these players have pride in the programs that they're here representing, and they take that on with them to the next level.
Yeah, probably a lot of competition among players on same teams. I wonder if they're watching this now as a group.
Yeah, we were speaking before you joined the broadcast, Lance, that all our daughters, if they're not in the library this Valentine's Day morning, they're probably at home, maybe having some omelets. And
Is that the name of the local bar?
the library.
Actually, in college it was.
Brian had to step away and turn the air conditioning on in the press box here in St. Petersburg. It's getting a little warm for us.
And the last night we had the heat on, ironically.
Yeah. Shout out to our camera guys. Last night they were turning purple because it was so cold, and this morning they're out there sweating. So,
But Nelson, our cameraman, was particularly cold.
maybe that was just on the inside. I don't know.
We can tell he's really cold, but he only speaks in Spanish. I'm not sure, but I think he was saying bad words. This is classic Florida weather.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the storm to blow through and douse us with rain and then go back to being hot and wet and humid. And
I lived in Florida for 7 years, and the first game I played was in Fort Lauderdale, and it rained before, and it's like, oh, it's great, it's going to cool it down. Captain of Orlando Rugby Club, my team, turned around and looked at me and said, oh, no, it's going to be like a steam bath.
Yeah.
Then you could just see the mist coming up in the ground.
Any moisture coming out of the ground.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a building storm.
Oh.
We lead into our next matchup is going to be probably the two teams that had the strongest day yesterday, the South Panthers and then the Eastern Storm. You know, both were very convincing yesterday, and the South has come out and, you know, had a tie earlier this morning against a very tough Northwest side who's been very impressive in their first time here at the Territorial Championship. You know, no one on the East Coast had much background on them coming in, but you know, they were very impressive in their two matches yesterday and this morning. A great match against the South that ended in a tie. Really strong rugby coming from the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, so they sort of figured things out, and like the West did, right?
Exactly.
Better
right.
team today.
Very
see what these
physical.
two
Made a
teams have
couple
done.
adjustments this morning, and you know, stopped a South juggernaut that was running through people yesterday. They're very impressive.
They're 12 and 13 were really creating havoc yesterday. Just really, really nice players. Good game plan. Really physical, smart. Well, they got a really good coaching staff. They've recruited well. They're good players.
Yeah.
And, you know, we'll see some. I'm sure we're going to see some of these players here this weekend wearing Eagle jerseys one day.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, and that's fun. And then we can always brag about, oh, I saw her win.
I don't know anybody who would go around bragging about players that they saw before they were Eagles. Lance, do you?
That'd be a shameless thing to do. Absolutely shameless. And I would chastise anyone who would do that.
And it is warming up out there. So this is going to be a great opportunity for the college coaches and scouts that are here to really see how the players react to adversity, because they're facing it. You know, they played two matches yesterday. You're getting deeper into the day today. The conditions are changing. The sun's beating down on them. It's getting warm. You know, a lot of challenges for the majority of these players. Haven't been playing a lot of rugby lately. They've been trying to work out inside and keep up with their strength and conditioning, but there's that side of being in shape, and then there's rugby shape. And anybody that's played the sport at a significant level knows that they're not the same thing. So it'll be a real test of, you know, both their physical and their mental abilities to, you know, fight through this.
And we're off. Low driving kick. Big tackle by West.
Or Laddish on the run.
If there's anything different about the West, I think the line speed is a huge improvement over yesterday and really creating problems for Midwest.
Yeah, they seem much better organized in their defensive structure. And
some of these tackles are getting close to dump tackles, which is going to be a problem.
And that's something that's going to happen when, you know, fatigue works in and, you know, you get that.
You're coming a little high in contact.
Yeah, everything sort of rises up. You're looking for the clean air to breathe. And
yeah, one of the earlier signs of fatigue for me is hands on hips, which is easy, but also just seeing the pace slow down, seeing the contacts be higher because they're not able to run a lower body position. Tackles get a little higher because they're not able to keep low, and that's a fatigue piece.
it takes a little longer to get up off the ground when you're in a tackle or you get tackled, and that's where you get an opportunity where you got to overload West to set up here if they can move the ball out of the.
Right. We always talk about playing big, right back in the game, and it's harder to get big when you're exhausted.
Midwest does a hell of a job to drive over that breakdown and turn the ball over. Looks like it might have been a tad forward, but the referee's going to let it play on.
That ball, was that knocked out or straight down?
Strong tackle. It looked like it was lost in contact, but it looks like he's motioning that it went backwards.
Again, I mean, this is probably 10 phases, and Baby Birds have not gained a meter.
Yeah.
Actually lost ground.
Kick to clear.
If there's a good wall, if you can't go through it or around it, go over it.
It's a great break for Midwest as it was mishandled on the clearing kick.
Yeah, that sun is a factor if you're on this side.
Yep.
Especially some of these teams haven't seen the sun in months.
Yeah.
Now the other Brian has the heavy breathing from running up the stairs after checking in on our camera crew down at the field level.
The heavy breathing is from thinking about running up the stairs.
Baby Bird scrum. Breaking to the right.
It's number 24. Hackett. Ball is turned. Oh, nope. Referee says not rolling away. So roll back 10 meters.
Let me see what the conditions. Maybe, taking a line out, maybe taking your time a little bit to reset. And the West defense has been relentless so far in the second half. Really good line pressure. It's putting the.
This will be a key possession now, too.
You can see Sheehan has changed her tactics a little bit, trying to put it to the air,
Yep.
which caused that knock-on for the scrum. Lewandowski with the put-in.
That was a great throw. Lift.
Quality. Sheehan.
Create the attacking platform.
They have numbers on the outside if they can get the ball. They do.
Nice ball movement.
Their attack is set up. They move it out.
Sheehan. Bobbling around a little bit, but it did go backwards. That's number 5. I'm not sure if that was number 5 or number 6 because I don't have a number 5. That's number 26, Houts. So they're knocking on the door, and it's going to be a penalty.
That's also the West.
So not releasing.
They were really good at turning over ball and breakdowns yesterday. That was their real strength. It was like their superpower.
Yeah.
They're 12 and 10 had turned over quite a few themselves.
Samantha Buffmack.
Yeah, the problem they ran into yesterday is they didn't have possession of the ball in either of their matches to really get anything started. And it wasn't as if they were doing anything that was negative. They just played two really strong sides that were firing on all cylinders and didn't give them any room to operate.
That first match for the Mid-Atlantic Storm, like the Eastern State Storm, they were crisp.
Yes.
Just a series of little turnovers here back and forth. And another one, Midwest back with the ball. They've got numbers
here. They can just maintain that line. That's something we've seen a little bit more of today. That inside receiver is drifting out. If they can maintain that line and just.
And again, there's a classic. Just drove in the touch. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Bring all the defenders. Poor person going, oh.
Why help the defense out by just drifting?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking at breakfast this morning. The field is a little narrow. It's a American football field, so it's a slightly more narrow than your standard rugby pitch. So there's not enough room to the outside. If you start drifting, it's taking away the space of those that are outside of you in support, and it's really stymieing the attack.
That's a very good point.
One of the things we saw that was the teams that did well yesterday where that person took one or two steps and then 90 degrees straight up.
Exactly
Yeah.
right.
And we're not seeing that now.
Olive Rhodes on the Storm was a perfect example that she was able to, use her footwork and get the ship headed in a
Good
forward
hands.
direction.
Desperation kicks behind the 22 are scary, though.
Yeah.
There's too many of them going up the middle, which are just set up for a counterattack.
Especially in this.
Ladybirds have numbers on the outside now. If they can, again, they're just drifting a little bit more than you'd like to see and out into touch.
It's exactly what we're describing.
And a challenge with the clearance kicking is these teams just don't work enough together to have a competent kick coverage. So, you try to have your athletes connect and be as good as they can, but it's not something that these coaches have had any time to work on. So it's a gamble when you kick away possession.
But they can just switch and bring that ball back in.
Exactly.
There are plenty of options to keep that ball alive.
Yeah, and that goes back to the situational knowledge and, the timing of these things. Looks like it's won by
Midwest.
Ladybirds. Number 2 coming on at pace.
Double tackle.
Lewandowski. Referee says maybe offside. Oh, we're going to have a scrum.
I think they're going to go back and play the knock on off the line out.
The scrums have been solid. They've gone both ways, but no one's really established any super dominance there.
Yeah, all of the teams have been pretty solid on their...
I wouldn't be surprised to see a
scrummaging.
weak side attack on this.
Sheehan is drifting, so...
Yeah, a defender came across, saw her there. Anticipating that weak side attack.
And now, Brian, we're about halfway through the second half here, and in the first game as well. Scoring is down considerably compared to the games last night. You think that's a result of the organization of the defenses and,
That's definitely one of the factors. I would say, every team, every player that was playing last night is going to be a little bit bruised, and it was very, very physical last night. So these girls, even if they got a really good night's sleep, they're going to come out a little slower, maybe.
I feel like you got run over by a train last night and get up and do it again today.
Oh yeah, by the way, there's a whole bunch of trains waiting for you over at the high school.
But the defensive structure's been better.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've had a little bit more time to play with each other, so it's definitely a good point.
Learn to trust each other.
Yes.
I'm sure most of the teams had a look at the film last night and could see things that they weren't doing that they wanted to improve on, see some things that the other teams are doing to try to stop it as well. Whereas yesterday, it was kind of some guesswork involved with what the other teams were coming in on based on what the roster looked like on paper or somebody you might have seen in the past. But this is really the first time you're putting any work on film to...
Yeah, and the viewership from the broadcast last night was over 2,000 views, so you could definitely see the teams were breaking it down and taking a look at what was going on and how to best kind of attack those teams that they hadn't faced yet.
So Midwest traditional line a little deeper.
Won by West, and we're going to have a not straight.
So how many colleges are here scouting? Close to 20?
No idea on the numbers, but it's certainly high.
Yeah.
It's definitely high.
And some pretty good schools, too. Navy, Army, Harvard, Dartmouth, Brown,
Quinnipiac,
Sacred Heart.
New Haven. We have to get in all of our broadcast teams, our daughters, and
Penn State. I had to put that in. Sorry, guys.
it's so strange to hear you talk about Penn State.
Yeah.
Such an odd thing.
I literally wear it on my sleeve.
Forehead.
So West trying to work their way out, get into that middle zone of the field. Nice boot over the top of the fullback. She recovers well. That's Randy
big contact.
That was number 20, Isabella Smith.
It was the perfect tackle.
Laying the wood.
It was effective.
Sheehan spreads it out. We're just missing a little bit of continuity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sheehan puts it over the top again. Good recovery by West winger. Turns back upfield. That's number 14, Phillips. Keeping it close. Committing numbers and bodies to the rock. Thunderbirds are shooting up fast on that.
Yeah.
That breakdown.
Yeah, it's the line speed we've come to expect from their program through the years.
And this might be turned over here. Nope. They maintain possession. There's the
Right
straight
through.
run we've been waiting for. Does she have the legs to get there?
Where's their support?
It looks like she might. And it looks like she's in the try zone.
He's going to call his held up. What an effort.
Oh,
What an effort
see the
to run
replay on that
down.
Did we get a number on her? That was a really good run. Number 5. That was a great run by Buff Mac. She's had a good weekend for
Called her name
herself.
a few times
she was
yesterday.
Yeah.
strong yesterday. Really played well.
Yeah, and I remember her from past years as well.
Oh, great effort by both sides there.
We sort of saw her as one of their.
Oh, the referee gets clocked. He probably deserved it.
And quite a cheer.
Yeah,
from the crowd.
there was
Fairness.
lots of support from
Yeah, do the replay on that. Production O'Brien is on it. Doink.
Well, West still in possession. Now we're starting to see a lot more depth in the back
Yeah.
line, too. They were flat before.
They're straightening up the lines as well. Good push by Baby Birds. They turned it over. Oh no, we're gonna say
hands in.
hands in. Tap quickly. Bit isolated. Support gets there now. Going short side. It's a 3v2 situation.
Kick over the top.
Kick over the top.
Going to put it down 5 meter or
Good
goal line
heads up
drop out.
defense.
Yeah, that's a really high rugby IQ play there by the Baby Birds to
Yes.
not panic, realize where you are on the field, and then just touch the ball down and take the drop out.
Yeah, so if the opposing team kicks it into your try zone and you touch it down, that's a drop. It looks like it's going to be a knock-on advantage.
Yep.
I've seen a couple of those coming off the restart kicks that just a mishandle and really gives the Midwest an option to get set up and clear this ball from deep in their zone.
So this is out of left field, but could sunscreen be a factor today? Making the hands a little slipperier?
Oh,
I'm
good
going
thought.
deep on that one.
Good thought.
The silence is telling me that that's a stupid comment.
We used to use.
It sounds like a comment that would
see
come
you-
from someone who grew up on an island that without sun.
Somebody who had to fill a bathtub and just swim in it before they went outside.
Well, sticking was banned, but we used to spray their hands with either hairspray or pre-wrap
Oh,
for their
okay.
jumpers.
Might be slightly illegal nowadays.
Just because we were
was
lathering
then.
up with the SPF 70 yesterday
Yeah.
and 50 insensitive for those that need it.
I had 50 and 70, so that gave me 120
Oh,
coverage.
120.
But the 50 was sensitive, you know, just like me.
Oversensitive, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit oversensitive. Again, we're here to entertain us. And it just happens to be
Big
rugby
counter
on
ruck
in the
there,
back.
slightly illegal.
I think the counter ruck missed the ruck. That just was a counter, and that's considered offsides.
And it was different aside. A variety of ways.
Starting to get all technical now on the breakdowns, on the analysis.
Now, and sometimes that happens when the defensive player thinks that the ball is available to be played, and the referee doesn't agree. It's a judgment call by the referee whether the ball's out or not, whether the ball's out or it's
Good
not.
kick to touch.
So kickers, just remember, it's usually going to be you that make the difference in the game. And this game right now is 3-0.
Yeah.
Back there, would you have taken the points just to tie, just to
Yes.
have something better to work with? Yeah.
Absolutely. With
Yeah.
with how physical this has been, and it's been mostly between the 22s.
It was good position for a kick, too.
Yeah. Sheehan puts it up in the air. It's kept in by, I think, Doyle.
Who works her way away from touch.
Actually, sorry, that's Dalzell.
Now, years ago, there was a scrum half for the U.S. team, Dalzell, from
Maybe
the
related?
from the West. I wonder, yeah.
On the men's side, right?
He was a Utah kid. Kevin Dalzell, I think.
I'm sure he wasn't half the player that this Dalzell is.
He was South African.
Midwest turns it over.
Bit of a scramble. Referee says enough of that.
She was in a good spot. She just couldn't keep her feet when she tried to poach the ball.
Sheehan slows it down a little bit. Says, I'm going to find touch. Get my chasers ready. Or are we going tape here? Kick's good. Aimed for the other referee.
Didn't
the
get greedy.
AR.
Just found touch.
Yeah.
Coming to the closing minutes of this one, if you're Midwest, you just sort of want to keep possession. You know, if it stays at 3-0, that's good enough for you. That's all you need it to be.
That's right. Nothing risky. Just keep it close. Just keep it in contact and work your way up.
And
Just
if you're-
kill that time.
If you're the West, you're going to want to take some chances, maybe try to create a turnover and a breakdown, or
Looks like
it
it's
looks like
won
they
by
took
West.
it there in the line
Yep.
out.
And penalty for maybe
I think she
hitting
pulled
in
it
the
down.
air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a critical take for him.
Yeah, it's a big play.
West
See what the
straightens the
West can
line.
do.
They are getting their attack shape a lot faster, West.
Yeah,
they've
Buff Mac
just-
is making an impact.
Just got to move that ball out
Seconds
quickly.
later.
That was a strong play by 7 on Midwest to just rip the ball out, and
Wade, Sydney Wade.
called her name a lot in the past day or two.
She's
Yes.
done that a couple times yesterday, too.
Wow.
West just swallowing them up.
That was a fantastic tackle to take out 2 players by the Midwest there.
Ball's gone backwards, but quite deep. We're going to have a penalty for not rolling away.
And now if you're the West, you don't need to go very fast here. You know, take your time, get something set up.
There's a breakthrough, but the support needs to get there. It does.
The West player's a loser in the
They've got
Jersey
good shape
tug of
on
war.
attack. If they can
Yeah.
get that ball out. There they go. This is Dalzell. Keeps it inbound. Ball goes backwards.
Midwest driving over, they're going to turn that ball over.
They kick it downfield. Sheehan is definitely seeing the game well. She's just getting out of those pressure situations.
That's a
Putting us in
fantastic
moves.
tackle by Midwest just to hold her down there. Stop the counterattack.
Number 24, the scrum half, digs it out. We do not have a name on her.
Excellent tackle by the Midwest 9.
Oh, and that's going to be a penalty for diving over.
Yep.
That was a little dangerous. By 19, Searle.
I like to see Midwest take their time, make sure you get touch.
Referee is not going to the pocket.
And there's not a lot of time left, so you could probably just if you can secure this line out, you'll be able to end the match.
Nice kick. It's kept in bounds.
Opportunity to counter from the west. There's a lot of space out here.
That's Searle.
Next game, ref.
That's the best way to recover from a penalty you committed, is to make a nice run. And she now draws the penalty. Really good tackle there by Staton.
Big clear out.
She's made 2 or 3 of those right in a row here.
It's just bobbling through the hands. Referee says that went forward. So again, Midwest have done enough to kill the clock a little bit more.
Yeah.
Do you think it's fatigue at this point, the number of drop passes, or the defensive pressure, or a combination?
I think all of the above. Yeah, it's it's hotter. They're after having 2 hard games last night. It's definitely a little bit less crisp on those passes.
Yeah.
I think West is really trying to press too. They losing 2 matches yesterday. You put a lot of pressure on yourself. You score a try and you win here. Sometimes you try to do too much. It looks like that'll do it.
So 3-0. What an exciting game that was.
Great effort by both sides to come back from, tough days yesterday, disappointing days. Put on a really strong showing. Played great defense. 3 points being scored by combined is really impressive.
Yeah, and West were a different team.
Yeah.
Went much more structured defensively, more aggressive, played smarter. We see our next game referee warming up.
Yeah, now that he's stepped away from the booth for a moment, we here at the Eastern Storm and the EGRL just want to say a special thank you to Lance Connolly, who, if anybody that's been around women's rugby over the last 30 years or so, you've come in contact with him, and he stepped up not only as a help as on the broadcast, but helping out with some of the coaching this week, but he's also really led from the front, as he's known to do, and has made a donation to help with the financial efforts of everything we're doing as the EGRL. Just speaking personally, Lance has been an advocate for the EGRL probably before the EGRL even existed. One of the first in the very early days when I was still coach at West Carroll, but it was just an idea that Brian and Chris and Mike and Bill Dobbs from Morris and that whole group had. And Lance was coaching at Mount St. Mary's at the time, and he advocated to me how we needed to get involved with the EGRL. They're doing great things up there that nobody else is doing for women's rugby. And, I trusted Lance's advice and was glad that we pursued it along with others in it. And, it's opportunities like this that you'll see the Storm take the field shortly, and really great things that are happening. And it's not going to happen without the grassroots support from the individual programs, from generous donations and benefactors that are going to push this forward.
Right, and we are by no means even close to being professionals here, and everybody is giving up their time, so these kind of things don't happen without support. So we really appreciate Lance, stepping up in a really big way. And if you have the ability, or you have companies out there that are willing to help sponsor, ideally we would love to be able to help families out and be able to kind of share the load and share the burden of these things.
Exactly.
They're not cheap. You know, each team probably had a budget of $30,000 that they had to overcome to get here. Some teams probably more from the West Coast, because it's certainly not cheap to fly a whole bunch of kids across the country, and you know, families don't always have the means to be able to do it. So we want to make sure that every kid that's good enough doesn't have to worry about the cost of it. So if you have the ability to donate, by all means, get in touch with the EGRL, go onto our webpage, give us a like and a follow on Instagram and YouTube, and hopefully we can kind of help bear the brunt of these costs.
Exactly. Even the folks watching at home, you know, having the great statistics that show that there's viewers out there, that there's a market for this. You support girls rugby. It's important to you. You know, that's the information that we can take to our sponsors and to potential sponsors and say, you know, there's a real appetite for this. There's something going on here. You know, not just with the EGRL and, you know, now the Eastern Storm, but, you know, with the Baby Birds, with the Panthers and West and the Loggers. You know, these are all programs that there's countless hours that go on behind the scenes to put the product that's on the pitch this weekend out here. And they're, you know, the support from the parents and, you know, the coaches at the individual club level that
Absolutely.
are recommending the players and doing the hard
Volunteer
work
coaches.
at home to, you know, build this game that we all love up and to do the right thing in a situation where, you know, there's not always the financial support. It's not a gigantic sport like soccer or basketball where there's millions of dollars. You know, the NFL funding flag football with boatloads of money. We don't have that in rugby. It's going to be the elbow grease at the grassroots level, and the guys that are coaching and the guys and girls that are coaching, lining the fields, you know, setting up the fundraisers at Texas Roadhouse or wherever it is to keep these programs up and running, and doing the recruiting and the social media stuff.
Just take a look at nationals this year. So we're going to have single school and club joining together with two separate divisions, but everything has come together now to where it's all under one umbrella, and we have 32 teams, and there's going to be some U14 teams as well. So there's quality rugby out there. It just needs support.
Yeah.
And we need players to get in younger and, you know, just
follow
really
your
drive this
local
thing
clubs,
forward.
share the social media posts, and hit the like button and the follow and all that stuff, and tell your friends that may be business owners that want to be involved with youth sports. You know,
And those dollars go a long way, because our sport is not, in terms of player costs, they're not high.
No.
Dues aren't high, equipment not high. So you can really impact a lot of kids through support.
Okay, we are ready to get this going. This is the big matchup of the day. Both teams are undefeated. Nola Flynn with ball in hand for the Storm. Puts it up over the head of Butler and out into touch. Took a bounce first. Carly Waters, USA Eagle at the center.
Yeah, we talked last night. That's fantastic to see as well. And a player with the resume like that, you know, giving back to the game as a referee is really special and really something that's adding value to this event. And it's really cool to see.
Yeah, she's committed all in. She really wants to pursue a career as a referee, so hats off to her.
Bettis with the put in. It's won by Storm. Out to Rhodes. Just a little bit jittery from Lech. So we'll have the first scrum of the morning for, it's going to be a
Two
USA
powerful,
South Panthers put in.
two very powerful scrums.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the Storm's moving from right to left on your screen, and the South is moving from left to right. The jerseys are a little similar, so have patience with us, as always.
And we're generally at idiot level, so, you know.
Thanks for tuning in and watching us instead of those other people that are playing overseas this morning. This is more entertaining.
And they found out last week that boys played rugby. Now they have men's teams?
Do they now?
That's insane.
They grow up so fast.
South holding their shape. Tried to jump the pass there, number 14, Peyton Rasnick. Playing the advantage.
Product out of North Bay in Maryland. Oh, nice hands
good
there.
hands. That was full extension by number 27, Soul. Soul reaching for the sun to catch that one. See what I did there?
Yeah, you nailed it. Knock backwards. Turnover
Storm
ball
a
to the
little
Storm.
slow to take their shape. They were still in defense mode. But Flynn, big
Strong
drive.
counter ruck.
We're going to have a
Too
penalty.
strong.
It's getting to the scrum half, trying to dig the ball out, so that's not allowed anymore. Flynn says, I'm taking the ball in hand, and I'm going to...
Well, the referee's the scrum half. She's going to protect the scrum half.
Exactly. She's also a Pennsylvania product. Down the road from Nola Flynn, Doylestown to Downingtown is not that far.
Yeah. That was some high school rivalry, too, those two teams. My gosh.
Still is.
Still is, yeah.
That's great. Our 9-10 combination on the Storm is a Doylestown to Downingtown.
Won by Butler. We're seeing much better shape by the offense in this game so far compared to the other games. They're holding their lines on the inside and not eating up that space on the wingers.
Strong tackle by Peyton on the outside from North Bay again.
Number 15, Doyle.
Interesting how Doyle inserted there.
Strong tackle by Govier from West Carroll.
There's numbers on the outside.
Yeah, South is
not
doing a
getting
heck
it.
of a job of spreading the field on both sides. If you've gone all the way to one side, all the way to the other.
Ball was
straight
knocked,
down.
but it looked like it went straight down. Tackle by J.L. Jones. Dumped back into the ruck by Petrucci.
Little knock forward.
Good pressure from the Storm to
Actually,
force
just
the error.
DJ Corridon, the junior.
We're getting exactly, I think, what we expected coming to out of the start of this match. Strong defense, a lot of pressure being put on the players that they may not have seen.
So we're feeling each other out now.
You can see the depth on the Storm attack.
Yeah.
You know, they know that the Panther South defense comes up hard and fast. So how do you create space? You get more depth, or you kick over the top. Flynn puts it in. Taken off the back by McGonigal. Bit of a bobble, unfortunately.
Yep.
It's just outside the hands of Flynn.
Yeah, it looks like South's strategy defensively is to make Nola Flynn as uncomfortable as possible, which is a great strategy defensively, because yesterday she was pulling the strings and manipulating everything that was going on the field.
But she's so cool and calm.
Yeah.
You need to do a lot to put her under pressure.
Yeah, she really handles it well. But she's been in these select side situations for years now, though.
Yeah.
Gosh, I mean,
Taking her talent to Dartmouth. We're going to have offside, it looks like, potentially. Yeah, offside.
Coach Dowdy will be very happy to have her added to her roster.
Quick tap taken. Butler spreads it out to Sandberg. Taken off the base of the ruck. A couple of meters gained. Now they spread it out.
South are attacking with much more depth now.
Especially when you have Ta'ai coming through the center. She's a downhill, strong runner. We're
Great
going to have
job
a
to turn
penalty
that
for
ball over by the
not
Storm.
releasing. Storm settles
That
it
was
down.
Sadie Hirschfeld set it up. That was a huge tackle by her.
You see the Storm's making a conscious effort to commit two bodies to every tackle by design, and it's really being effective, and it's allowing the third player to sort of come in and make a play on the ball. Because the tackle is secured, the attacking player has no space to fight through the tackle, and that's what created that turnover there.
Referee says, I'm not ready. Let's do it again.
Looks like they were creeping up on the meter. Should be a little space in between the two lineouts to make it a fair competition.
It's won by Butler. A little bit of a low bobbly one, but
There's pressure.
it's going backwards. Ta'ai
More
is
pressure.
tackled and lost it into contact. Olive Rose is just darting her way through, cuts to the outside around Avery Tanner, and it looks like she's going to get it down.
Ah, beautiful play. Thank God, what footwork.
Olive Rhodes, the junior from Morris, New Jersey.
Gee whiz.
There's a storm of brewing. So now she has to recover, take a couple of breaths, take a sip, and try and put the conversion over.
Go from the excited to the relaxed mental state.
All in a day's work.
The 30-second rule apply to high school also for conversions?
Hard to say because, I would say yes, but you would hope that the referees would give a little bit of leeway just because there's no visible clock. I guess that would depend on the ref and whether they like kickers or not.
Yeah.
It's up, has the distance,
A little
swings wide.
wide to the right. So she's not Superwoman.
Yeah, she had an amazing kicking performance in the first match yesterday against
West.
USA West. Came back down to earth a little bit in the late game last night, but she's dangerous with her foot, no matter where she is on the pitch. And her footwork, that's
Very
just something
balanced.
to try up. She's
Shoulders are
very
always
shifty,
forward.
very difficult to defend.
Deep kick by Doyle. Takes a bounce into touch. Set up the line out.
So Storm has a sun in her eyes this half, so advantageous second half. Surprised that South haven't put it
Oh,
in the
won by
air.
City. Hirschberger at the front. It's tossed back and it's turned over. Ta'ai. Ball's moving well. That's number 7, Vinton on the side, who we've been calling out a lot. Going short side, Doyle, double tackle, working it back inside. Goes to ground. Looks like McGonigal got a foot on it. Ball is available.
It's going to go into touch. That was a great play by Bridget McGonigal. That's playing number 8, headed to Sacred Heart in the fall. She kicked through. South player received the ball. She was tackled. Would have been out of bounds. The only thing preventing her from going out of bounds was McGonigal's body, keeping her in bounds.
Got the ball back into DJ Cordon, who was then driven out into touch by a couple of players.
And she's played both prop and number 8 this weekend.
Yeah.
And been effective at both.
Honestly, put her on the wing and you're going to get something out of her.
Oh, my goodness.
McGonigal is a stud.
Yeah, definitely somebody that's going to be tracked for higher levels in the next few years.
There are numbers on the outside.
Strong
And
tackle.
unfortunately, it's just turned over.
Adeline?
Jackson.
Maggie Hoffman Long with the strong tackle out of Berks County, Pennsylvania.
And, we talk about McGonigal a lot, but she, for such a powerful runner, she has such soft hands.
Oh, nice
Oh,
movement
nice.
to the outside there. See if
That's
they can
Jill.
bring it back inside.
That's actually, that was Leah Sapola,
Liz.
the freshman.
Who's going to be a spectacular player. She did some things yesterday that were
Going to
stunning.
be. She is. She's there.
She plays well above her grade.
Long, rangy, super athletic, smart. She runs that back three really well. I mean, she's really acting like a senior out there in terms of experience and age and respect. Commands
Geldon Jones wins the line out, but it's knocked on then by South.
And we've seen that a lot this weekend, Lance, with the organization of the back three and getting that swivel working. It's hard to do when you have players that aren't familiar with each other, and she's really taking control of it as a freshman, which is really amazing
Well,
to
they
see.
were running a pendulum well yesterday, and we saw Adeline come from this wing to the far side, but the opposite wing come over to support the weak side that she had vacated. A lot of teams haven't done that. When that wing has gone across, there's vacancies over there. So she's worked out well.
That's real communication and trusting in in your partners that are getting that connection. That's That's really going to help you.
Storm hoping to release a torrential downpour of scorers.
A thunderous scrum from the Storm.
Lightning quick hands here.
Tried a little bungee there, sort of bobbled a bit, but still retained possession. Big counter ruck. Retained.
Great hands by McGonigal to just loop that ball around the tackle.
And that's what you were describing a minute ago.
Rhodes catches it on her shoestrings and then gets into ruck. They've got numbers. Using them well. There's Sapola. Pops it out to Raznik. Raznik steps back inside. Sapola's there to seal the ruck.
Ruck sealed by her twin sister
little chip
Paige.
over the top by Flynn. Into space. The bounce could be... Let's see. We're going back for a penalty for offside. So smart heads-up play by Flynn. She sees the defense up. She said, I'm going to put it over the top here, and just always in control.
Interesting choice here for the captain, Flynn, to maybe have a shot at points, maybe far out. Try to put it in the corner, see if we can get a driving maul.
She trusts her pack. Puts it to the corner.
The elusive driving maul try that the Storm has been looking for all weekend.
It's number 23, Paige Raznik, on the put-in. Her sister playing 14 on the wing.
Both out of North Bay. Our assistant coach Jeff Adamczyk today.
One cleanly.
There it comes.
And it's going to be a penalty advantage for offside. Out to Flynn. Flynn spreads it out. Ball moving. Sapola's there. Flynn again. McGonigal. Oh, what a lovely little wraparound. Beckenhauer.
Oh, now they're moving. Rasnacki. Rhodes.
Rhodes darts back inside. Flynn has it. There's the punch through. And it's the score. That's
Beautiful
number
done.
20, DJ Corridon.
Great unselfish play by the Storm, moving that ball from side to side. And really fun to watch.
And we've talked about the last couple of games where just allow the ball to do the work. Maintain your space, maintain your shape, and use that space that's opening up on the outside. You know, these are all physical bruising runners inside, so you have to commit bodies to make those tackles.
Some of the skills, the offloads by McGonigal are just gorgeous. You talk about
yeah.
soft hands. You
Beautiful.
had just described that, and 30 seconds later, just repeated it. It was beautiful to see. And just when we see big players that athletic, that quick, that smart, she's a basketball player too, right? So that helps.
Yeah, her sister is actually a college level softball player as well. So there's
So no athleticism in the family at all.
not at all.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so difficult. You can't wrap her up high to stop the offload because she'll just carry you with her.
Yeah.
And if you do get low, then she's got her hands available to make that offload pass, and she's a weapon.
Rhodes adds another 2.
Yeah, Sacred Heart's getting a real good one there.
I know the coaches a little bit there, and they were very excited to get her into the fold, and I know that Bridget was also very excited to be there. So
Brian's 2 daughters play for Sacred Heart.
So it'd be great to see her working with the 2 Wood sisters now, and that pack is going to be formidable.
I was looking forward to rooting for her in
And also
college.
Charlotte transferred there, Sacred Heart. She's another superb player.
Kick up by Sapola. Raznik swallows up the tackle. Doyle, driven back by Sapola.
I'm really impressed with Peyton Raznik on the wing here.
It's not a natural position for her.
She's really done a nice job. Yeah, normally she's usually fly half, I believe, and her sister's the inside center when they play at North Bay.
Big tackle by Hirschberger.
we're mentioning our props names a lot, and all these teams. I mean, they've just been really a force and super active.
Yeah. High fighting to get that ball to the ground. Butler, a former EGRL player last year, but since the geographical realignment, she's on the south again.
A Charlotte player.
Charlotte actually taking a step back from the EGRL in this upcoming season. Somebody lost a shoe. London Key says, I don't need shoes. It's her teammate. Butler driven on. We're going to go back for
Great job hitting the breakdown with one shoe on. That was kind of impressive.
Yeah.
I don't need no stinking shoe.
So, all right, I'll take it now since we're stopped.
Of course, back in Lance's day, good shoeing was always found at the breakdown, not
raking. Yeah.
If you're on the ground, you're part of the ground.
Butler. Big tackle by DJ Cordon.
Yeah, and Butler's another one like McGonigal, where you're a taller, athletic player that can run the ball, run you over, and then make passes that...
Raznik takes it from the air, turns it back upfield.
Last thing you want to do is kick it in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
Flynn puts it into space. She's going to put some pressure on Avery Tanner.
Smart play.
Tanner Avery. I'll get that right at some point.
No, you probably won't.
Probably won't. Yeah. If it's 50-50, I'm 100% wrong.
Yeah.
Lance doing Tai Chi beside us here. Centering himself. So we're going to have a kick from the center. Deep drop. Sapola looks like it went backwards. Referee Carly Waters agrees. Storm back on, chasing for more points. The Mack truck of Mackenzie Marks, nicknamed Mack.
A strong tackle by Myers in the middle there.
Out to Olive Rhodes. Dinks and dunks her way a few meters forward. McGonigal.
Oof.
Nobody there for the offload. Hirschberger has it. She drives forward. JL Jones there in support. Flynn back out to Hirschberger. Works her way to the line. They're knocking on the door.
McGonigal was slow to get up, but she's rejoined the play.
Now she gets in there. It's like, let's latch and go. See what we can do. Keeping it tight. There's a lot of space on the outside for Sapola if Flynn decides to move it that way, but they're keeping it close. Now they're going to spread it out. Out to DJ Cordon. Big hit by Ta'ai on Sienna Miller. And it's in. That is a try by Hoffman Long coming across the field from her wing position. Storm starting to create a little bit of space now. The thunderous applaud of the crowd.
I mean, again, it was our bigs with McGonigal, Sadie Hirschberg really leading the charges up there. The hard work that they put in. And, you could see Nola Flynn, I want another phase here. I want another phase here. I want to draw more defenders in. Once you saw that extra defender, ball goes right out.
And that was a big stick by Tai on defense. You could easily see that ball being turned over, but support was there.
She's some player.
Yeah.
The South Centers have been just punishing all weekend long. It's risky,
But she's been a joy to watch. Probably not a joy to play against.
No, I wouldn't enjoy playing against her.
No.
Rhodes with the chip kick to put it over. The Cyborg is back.
That last play, the South Centers had punishing hits on both props from the Storm side, and they kept going forward, and they're fearless with their contact, and credit to the Storm players for getting back on their feet and staying in the play. It was a lot of contact there.
Olivia Rhodes' dad is wearing a lovely pink Valentine hat.
Yes, yeah. Troy is now the head coach at Morris. We know it's actually Olive that's actually
head coach.
telling him what rugby's all about, and he's just taking her glory as sometimes parents do.
Since when is knowing anything about rugby a requirement for coach at Morris?
Really, exactly.
But the timing of Nola's passes are really interesting. She's willing to give her body up and take that late hit to draw that defender in to free somebody up.
Strong run by McGonigal.
And then there's a little sneak off the base by Flynn. The support wasn't there, so she said, let me just take it a couple of meters. Mackenzie Marks gets in and latches on. Flynn spreads it now. Miller. A couple of more meters. Ball is available. DJ Cordon pops it into space for Hoffman Long. Bounces off Ty.
Got to wrap and bring him down.
Miller's on the charge. Pounds forward another meter or two. Sorry, that was Mackenzie Marks. Ball taken at pace by McGonigal. Out to Rhodes. Rhodes will hold her shape. Spreads it out to the wing.
Love holding that ball with two hands. Trying to move
Textbook.
that defender.
We're going to have penalty for not releasing on Jackson.
Probably close to the end of the first half here, but really impressive showing so far from the Storm. Category 5.
It'd actually
And
be
that's
Cat
it.
5.
That's good.
We have to be cool about how we say
That's
it.
going to do it for the first half.
As expected.
What? Take the first half.
Workhorse. Valerie knows early on.
All right, welcome back, folks. We're here at halftime with your Eastern Storm leading the South Panthers 19-0. We just want to take a second to recognize our sponsors and the assistant coach and a fantastic advocate for all rugby everywhere, but especially the girls' high school rugby, Jeff Adamczyk, and all the folks at Steamroller Rugby Supply. They've outfitted the Eastern Storm with all their gear for the weekend. They outfit most of the teams on the East Coast and beyond, and just a really great rugby business, a rugby guy, and I'm almost out of nice things to say about it.
Yeah,
A really
you're
good
getting
friend
emotional about it.
a really good friend to us and to the programs of the EGRL, and support. We ask that support our sponsors, but support Jeff and everything they do at Steamroller, because they give back so much to not just the local programs. He's the head coach at North Bay for the women, still an active player on the North Bay D4 side, president of their club, but he's an advocate for all the teams and all the girls that are coming through our program and outside programs. Always willing to help give a hand. If you're having a tournament, he'll bring the trailer out to get supplies. There's not a lot of companies that do it, and there's not a lot of companies that have stuck in the business as long as he has. And the reason why is because he's a great guy. He does great work, and he's fair, and he supports the people that are doing the hard work behind the scenes.
You might even say he's the Mike Eisenhart of Steamroller Rugby.
Exactly. I would say that Jeff is the Mike Eisenhart or Jeff is to rugby supplies as Mike is to. Could be a good.
We'll circle back to that one.
Yeah, he does some stuff too, but
We can't say nice things about two people, so.
Yeah, we're overdoing
Sorry,
it
Mike,
now.
you'll have to wait until the next game. So shout out to our production crew here. We have Production O'Brien behind the joysticks as usual, pushing all of the buttons and just kind of trying to drive us forward.
Keeping everyone accountable.
Keeping everybody in.
He's got a
line.
list. Checking it twice.
We have Freddie on the camera up top, and we have Primo on the camera down below.
And those guys are going to be boiling by the end of the day. So.
Yeah.
Primo likes it hot, but I don't know if he's going to like it that hot. And Freddie up.
Freddie was
we
cheating
may have
when he
to
came down
peek
last
up and
night.
see if he's okay up there every once in a while.
Luckily, Freddie is a roofer, so he's used to being on the highest point. So.
But how much sun have you had in central New Jersey over the last 3 months? Any?
We did have one day in the 9 weeks of January this year.
Is that when you came out of your hole and looked for your shadow?
Yeah. And right back inside. It has been brutal in the Northeast, hasn't it?
Yeah, the sad part about leaving tomorrow and going back home is I'm not sure if these players are going to see a grass field again until March when we come back down. We head to Guilford University for the EGRL South Showcase.
That's right. Shout out to Christine Newcomb, the head coach down at Guilford. Long supporter of the rugby showcases, and it's something we haven't brought up yet. So we have 2 rugby showcases on the East Coast. We have Rugby Showcase South coming up first in early March at Guilford College in North Carolina. We have let's give a shout out to Nationals. We have Nationals in May in Utah. Shout out to the SRO out there in Utah, and a shout out to the Nationals Committee, getting 32 teams from high school and club all together, along with some U14 teams. And then we'll also have our 6th year of Rugby Showcase East in Clinton, New Jersey in June, early June, second weekend of June. I think it's the 7th. But we've got a lot of quality rugby on the schedule. It's just a matter of getting the support to be able to get these teams there without them having to break the bank. Because, if I look at all of the teams on the East Coast, Morris, the closest team, is 100 miles.
Yeah.
So these are things that are always costly, and we keep the cost of rugby low. So it has to come from somewhere. So if you can support your local rugby club, by all means.
And if you're watching with the club, or even if you're watching as an individual, all of our events have opportunities for individual players to come in and join up with a team and get the exposure that our teams get from participating in these events. And, there's a whole lot of good rugby that's being played out there, and we just want to showcase as much of it as possible.
Might have been a punch to the head there on that play. Not sure. Well, the referee did take a look at it to see what was going on. So everything seems to be okay. Oh, just a little bit outside the hands of Miller. And then we're going to have a couple of players on the Storm side that are just kind of taking a breather for a second.
Yeah, it looks like it was McGonigal and
Beckenhauer.
Beckenhauer, yeah, two Doylestown teammates.
Yeah, Doylestown has a smattering of players on the Storm team.
Yeah, very well represented. They built a really strong program. We haven't mentioned Shane because we've been mentioning his daughter Nola so much, but Shane Flynn, another assistant on the Storm side.
Another father just riding the coattails of a talented daughter.
Yeah. So he's in good company with the rest of us.
So penalty. Flynn wants to take a quick tap. She does. Spreads it out. McGettigan. That's number 29. Johnson comes straight through the ruck and hits the scrum half, which is a no-no.
That's the second time that they've been called for that. And
yeah, that was Ty. Flynn takes it. She'll put it into touch.
An understandable strategy that you want to make Flynn as uncomfortable as possible, because if you don't, she's just going to pick you apart. But that's the second time the South has done it through infraction, and see if the Storm can make them pay the price. Also, a shout out to Stacy Mancusa at Doylestown as well. It's not by accident that there's so many Doylestown players representing this team. they're well coached and well prepared for the storm.
Storm brought the sunshine today. But they also brought the thunder and lightning.
Strong run by DJ.
JL Jones.
Strong run there too. Running through the contact was a little bit high, but
Miller is ready.
didn't stop.
Drops the shoulder.
Good work. That was a strong run by Miller.
Yes, it was.
She's headed to Princeton in the fall.
Out to Rhodes, McGonigal, Sapola. And it's down. Leah Sapola. Perfectly in space. That's how you maintain your lines inside and give that space on the outside. Makes it seem easy.
Another Doylestown product, as I began to give credit to
Bloody Doylestown.
their coaching staff. They're everywhere.
Rhodes, the cyborg. I'm coining that phrase. I want a commission if she actually ends up getting T-shirts made and stuff.
Yeah, I tried joking with her when we were leaving the pitch last night about, her kick percentage. I wasn't sure if she was giggling or if she was planning my imminent demise.
Rhodes definitely one of those players that will make them around her better.
Oh, without
Just
a doubt.
pushes it right. Heard her father booing from the crowd.
And grandfather.
And grandfather, yeah. No cowbell shaking on that one. It was a silent shake.
Tough crowd.
It is a tough crowd.
She just placed an order. Oh, it wasn't approved yet.
Score is 24-0. South becoming storm chasers here. Ball's up high over the head of Miller. DJ Cordon takes it on, says, I'm coming back.
It's a tremendous
Straight drive down the field.
Great work there.
Flynn says, I'm putting it into space. Get up, chasers. Leah Sapolo is chasing after. It looks like she might get there. Good coverage. Swallowed up by two Storm.
That's a fantastic.
And it's into touch.
Fantastic
Raznik
coverage.
and Sapola were fantastic on the coverage.
Kicks
Polar
over.
held her up, and Razak made sure she got put into touch, which is fantastic work. And a great kick by Flynn to flip the field.
But Flynn saw them there and
Yeah.
saw the kick chase ready and put it up. That was a smart play. Kicks only goes to chase. That was a spectacular chase.
And a lot of times that the team's been running into trouble here, they kick towards the center of the field. There's a lot of options to counterattack there. She pinned him on the sideline, and then her defenders did the rest.
Raznik coming out and being replaced on the wing by Jayla Walensky, and Jayla has the wheels. McGonigal off the back. Little offload to Flynn. Scrummy is in. McGettigan says, I've got it. Out to Miller. Miller to Mack. Mack punches forward. Flynn. Rhodes. Oh, and South went for the interception. It's going to be a penalty for offside. Flynn taps. Out to McGettigan. Rhodes into support. Drives the ruck. Back to the middle. Miller.
Watch the left. They've got numbers left. See if she moves it out there.
They've also got, and we're going to have a penalty for.
Yeah, it may have been
It's gonna be
lost
a
in
knock-on,
contact.
actually,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the second or third strong run by Miller this morning. She's a player that's on the rise.
Yeah, and Miller
Yeah,
Miller is going to improve the roster at Princeton
Yes.
immensely in September.
Yeah, over the past 2 days, I've been impressed with her go forward. And
So let's talk about that for a second. You have a small little high school in western New Jersey, or central New Jersey as some people will call it, and they had their athletes signing day the other day, and there was 4 female athletes there. One of them was Mackenzie Marks going to Harvard. The other was Miller going to Princeton. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the school does not have rugby. So Miller drives forward. Flynn, McGonigal, spreads it out. Hoffman long. Rhodes takes a step inside to create space for Walensky on the outside. She breaks one tackle.
Beautiful flat
Heading down
pass.
the ring. Flynn back inside to Marks. McGettigan, Hoffman long. Corridon.
Ton of numbers outside for the Storm.
Oh, kick back inside across. It's into the goal line. And it's just out into touch. So it's going to be a 5-meter line out for the South Panthers. South Panthers are starting to get a little tired, but they're still hitting hard.
Yeah, and this is their 4th game of the weekend, so that fatigue level is definitely an advantage for the Storm, as this is only their 3rd. And they had a tough match earlier this morning against the Midwest.
Got a couple of changes. We've got Noel Robinson in for the Storm.
And it's warmer now, too.
Yeah. A second set of sisters on the Storm side, the Robinsons and the Rasnacks, Doylestown and North Bay.
Fortunately,
Taking my Flynn.
Sienna Accardi, also part of the squad, as she came down sick as she got here the other day. And that is put over, and I think that's DJ Corridon again. DJ Corridon making an impact.
To be honest, this score I did not see coming at all. I really thought this was going to be extremely tight.
The Storm was angry that day, my friends.
It was an angry Storm.
Yeah, Brian, you mentioned the illness that hit the team early, and a huge role by another sister combination. Abby McGettigan, whose sister was on the team last year, is now at Brown, stepped in from, she was slated as being the second scrum half on the side, and has moved over to play fly half all weekend, and has just done an admirable job taking her game to the next level. I've been really impressed as somebody that I've seen playing since she was in 8th or 9th grade.
Yeah.
And now she's a junior, and she opened a lot of eyes and got a lot of attention when we were walking out of
But the best fly half is a scrum half.
walking out of here last night. She's just bringing more weapons back to Downingtown when they head back north into the frozen tundra later on this weekend.
Kick is good.
Her dad was saying how excited he'd be to get back.
To the frozen tundra?
Yeah.
I don't think that's true.
As all the families have been commiserating.
Yeah. Do we have to go?
I think they're kind of calling in some flight
Nice kickoff.
cancellations to the Tampa airport.
Through the hands of Marks, but went backwards. Jaylee Jones cleans it up. Takes 2 or 3 to bring her down.
Strong player of the Virginia Outcast program.
Drops the ball out to Robinson. McGettigan puts it to the air, kicks into space, chases on. Hoffman long, swallows up 22, which is
Excellent coverage
Bullock.
tackle.
So the defense has to reset, work their way back. We're going to have a penalty. So it gives South a little bit of a breather. It's no fun to have to keep chasing side to side and then have to reset your attack.
Yeah, Mariana Johnson made a nice movement through the breakdown, but her hands did hit the ground. That was
Big tackle by
penalty.
Flynn. Spreading it out. Mack grabbing a leg of Ta'ai. Out to the wing. That's
Mack
Birdsell
was
on the
a shooter
tackle.
on that.
It's a great job to get away from the sideline by the runner.
Big drive backwards. It's out to number 4. Kalapu. Moving it through the hands, but kind of going backwards. Ta'ai opens up the space for the wing.
Yeah, the defense has been smothering.
Oh, it's been absolutely sweltering. Little bit of a pop forward on that. Just timing was slightly off.
We'll just call our defense a dark and stormy.
The dark and stormy, I like it.
That was something that Coach Eisenhart had gone over a lot at the preparations for this weekend, is that he had an expectation that every player that he put on the pitch was going to make their tackles, and they have. And it's been impressive. So, if you have that defensive connection and the structure that's been so effective, they've given up 7 points over, 2.5 games, almost 3 full games.
7.5
make the
points
tackles.
on some of the best athletes in the country.
And the best rugby players at this level in the country is really
Gettigan
impressive.
just smashing through. Create space. She's still going. It's taking 3 or 4 players to bring her down. Flynn puts it out. There's room on the outside. Hoffman Long says, I'm doing it myself. Makes a nice run, supported by Sapola. Flynn again about to drop it into Robinson. Robinson heads for the line, and it's down.
Beautifully done.
Kayla Robinson adds another category 5.
Cat 5.
Cat 5. I got a thumbs down from Brian Melody on that one.
Really hard running by McGettigan there to set it up from a, I guess the fly half showing a little bit of the scrum half toughness to go through the middle, take on contact, and just shows she's a great rugby player. It doesn't matter what position what jersey number you put on her, she's going to make a difference.
But you look at this defense. We're not talking. The score is starting to stretch a little bit. We're not talking a weak defense here.
No.
Everything has been hard hitting.
They were dominant throughout the weekend so far.
It's just the Storm is working so well as a unit. They're creating those little spaces. They're not trying to do too much. They're not trying to be selfish and take each other's glory or take each other's thunder, if I might say.
Yeah, talking to some of the players last night after on the bus ride home, and the comment was, what's the difference between this year and past years from some of the players that have done multiple trips for this event? And across the board, they all said that we feel more like a team this year on the field and off the field. And it's those relationships that are built through, playing against each other throughout the regular season, 7th season, playing together on different touring sides and territorial sides.
And I think also one of the big changes too, we don't have Bill Dobbs here this year, so we're actually winning lineouts. So it's been good at that point as well.
Wow. And,
shot fired at Dobbs.
Yeah,
I just heard a noise. That was Dobbs' head just exploded.
Speaking of gunfire, and also in addition to the trip, is Jan was also left at home, and
that's right.
His sarcasm that is not appreciated by everyone. And,
Officer Jan's droll.
He's quiet unless he's singing the greatest hits of the Looking Glass.
Greatest hits of the Looking Glass. Wasn't there just one hit?
Oh,
Brandy.
South trying to get something going. They're into the Storm half briefly. They get it out to the wing.
But again, smothering defense, making their tackles.
Rhodes hard hitting. Drives them back. Butler, who's had a really good weekend for herself.
Really
McGettigan getting hands in.
Her growth.
Pushed off. Miller driving. It's number 27, Soul. Soul still driving through the ruck. There are numbers on the outside. It's moving a little slower right now.
And credit to the Storm's defense. That line pressure's making it uncomfortable to.
Stolen by
McGettigan.
I think McGettigan. There goes
Terry.
Jocelyn Terry going to LaSalle. And it's stolen back.
Well done by the South to get it back.
No quitting them.
Another bruising tackle by McGettigan.
She is really physical.
Big hit by Miller. Actually, sorry, that was
Marks.
Mackenzie Marks.
And the commitment to 2 bodies on a tackle is really showing through here.
Nice little chip through. Swallowed up by Spola. She puts it to the corner. And it's going to go out the end zone, so it's going to be a 22. Oh, and actually, no, it's gone out into touch beforehand. So good job by Sapola to keep the pressure
Wow,
back
just a
down
heads
the
up
other
play.
end. It really is.
And you see that the Storm has had success drizzling kicks across the pitch by going to the sidelines and not the middle of the field.
And then they're putting a hail of bodies on it.
Yeah.
Even when they were running their attack line before, you see the switch back in to prevent that drift. So they started drifting and took it back in to keep play going.
Absolutely.
Which has been an issue because we've seen too many times just driving into the entire defense and poor person in the wing gets smushed. That's a very technical term.
You might say crushed under the weight of a storm.
Crew.
Taken cleanly by Jaylee Jones. Flynn's putting it over the top into the corner. Chase is on. McGettigan, Hoffman Long.
Ooh. Kick
And
chase.
Hoffman Long drove a couple of players back. It looks like it's being driven into the end zone. South trying to fight their way out just to get out of their own end zone.
Suffocating defense.
Defense
by
is on the
Storm.
line. Good hands there by Sol, I think it was. And now we're going to have a scrum.
Sol's a nice player. Yeah,
Sol has
another-
had a good weekend for herself.
Big mobile kid,
Yeah.
good
So
hands.
we're going to have a scrum. Looks like it'll be Noelle Robinson on the put-in. As Flynn makes her way to the sideline. With Weinstein. Actually, no, that's not. Sorry, that's going to be. Just confirm. Okay. Yeah, we're actually going to have Weinstein coming in. Her father, Freddie, upstairs on the camera.
Mighty might.
Weinstein's another just rock of a rugby player. Ball went through the channel. We'll do it again.
Kayla Robinson's replaced her Doylestown teammate Nola Flynn as the scrum half for the Storm. Another player that can play multiple positions all over the pitch.
Good solid scrum. McGettigan spreads it out to Hoffman Long, takes the space, cuts through.
Well done.
Try scored. Mariana Johnson was screaming for it on the outside, but Hoffman Long says, I got this.
And it was Hoffman Long, look left, look, and that defender took her eyes over there, and that was
Exactly.
all it took to distract
Yeah.
her and gone.
It's been a very measured and controlled performance, I would say, by the Storm.
Yeah, but that's where they've been the whole weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been consistent.
And they attack from so many different fronts, too. They can go through the pack, they can go through the backs, they can go wide, they can go down the middle of the field by the foot. It's really been fun to watch. It's
Really
really
has.
entertaining rugby. Partnered with a smothering defense. They've given up 7 points over the first 3 games and scored, they're going on close to 150 points on the weekend to
I think they're
7,
around 150.
which is really, really impressive.
Rhodes puts it up. It's good. Put another 2 on the board for the Cyborg. I hope she really likes that nickname because putting it out there. So if not, I'm sure she'll let me know right after this.
Or Robo Center.
The Robo Center.
Well, there's reports how dangerous that practices at Morris can be for the coaches physically. So I'm not sure I'd be going around talking too much trash about any of the players if I were in a position to be holding a ruck shield.
I was
at some
holding
point
I was holding the ruck and shield
over the
in
next
practice
couple
the other
months.
day, and I definitely felt like I was
I was
being
going to
targeted.
say, reverse was your biggest movement.
It was my only movement. South are not giving up on this. They're coming full on. Hats off to them. There's a lot of fantastic players on that squad, and
Oh my gosh.
they are not giving up.
And really well coached.
Absolutely.
And another thing with this Storm, they're not taking unnecessary chances. There's not a lot of high risk. They're really
Yeah.
measured in what they're doing.
There are 15 players playing as a team.
Yeah.
as a teammate.
Support play is just
Great hands by Marks to hold on to that ball and take it into contact.
Yeah, no one's trying to do it all themselves.
Hoffman long, dumps it out, Walensky. And that's Petrucci being driven on by McGettigan, trying to get her out on the touch. Her head is actually on the touchline, but actually that looks like
Yeah, the only thing preventing her from going out was the south tackler. Great clearance.
dropped
kick.
and went backwards by Hoffman long, so she said, I'm going to put it to the air.
See if the Storm can connect here.
Mariana Johnson coming downfield. Oh, it bounces off Robinson's face a little bit and then gets knocked on. So we will have a scrum just on the 10-meter line. Actually, no, we're going to have a penalty.
Penalty.
Maybe it was offside.
That's going to do it.
Kick it out, and that's going to be it. So really, really masterful performance by the Storm.
Wow.
And well played by USA South. That was a solid defensive structure, and they just couldn't get anything going on the offensive side of the ball because the Storm was just coming from all fronts. There was no eye of the Storm in this one.
Yeah, and you got to be impressed with the South. They were dominant yesterday.
Yeah.
In 2 victories. Real tough defensive battle this morning where they tied the Midwest at 12 apiece, and then they just ran into a tsunami today with the Eastern Storm that nobody's had any answers for yet, and we'll see the nightcap today is going to be the Eastern Storm against the Midwest Baby Birds, and that'll be the last chance for somebody to give this Storm a shot to knock them off. And
Yeah. So up next we have PAC Northwest Loggers for their last game of the day, and USA West for their last game of the day.
And it's really hard to pick out an individual player on the Storm side to say, if there was a man of the match or a woman of the match, because there's so many different weapons. The normal suspects, the Flynns, the McGonagals, McGettigan, Rhodes. There's so many weapons, and so many that are doing the heavy lifting on the, sort of behind the scenes, the engine room, and
But
we got players that are going to Harvard and Dartmouth that we're not even mentioning because it's overshadowed by the whole of the team, which is incredible.
They didn't show signs of fatigue at all.
No.
They were consistent, and you can see as the game got on, they were able to maintain the defensive pressure the whole time, keep their shape. They're getting in shape really quickly. That was fun to see.
Yeah, I would say the player of the match was the complete team. So good job by Carly Waters in the middle. We'll take a little breather for a commercial break. And we're ready to get going on the second last match of the day. It's going to be in green. We have the Loggers versus USA West in red, white, and blue. So we're going to have number 15, Amanda Homer. Actually, that might be number 16, Abigail Sanchez, to get us going. Referee checks captains, make sure we're ready, gives a count, checks the ARs. We're happy. And off we go. Nice high kick, fielded cleanly. Ball's out to the first pod. Nice hard run, straight down the center. Getting some good ball movement early, up to halfway. Dug out by 24.
West putting some phases together here.
Yeah, I don't have a name on number 24 because we don't have a jersey. So, if you have the name, please let us know in the chat. West just poking and prodding their way through. A lot of these kids might be familiar to each other because they're all probably playing against each other, their club teams and school teams.
The West are setting their shape up a lot faster than they had been.
Yeah, a little bit more crisp.
Yeah.
Ball swings out to the outside and into touch. So some good ball movement by USA West, but Loggers not really giving them a whole lot of meters. So it's been a couple of minutes of some good phases, but not much ground gained.
We saw yesterday they put 10 phases together, not gain a yard. At least they gained 25, 30 meters here.
West need to drop back a couple of players out of that line out. Ball's in and up, just not clean.
They've struggled in lineouts.
It seemed to be up and good, and I wonder if sun was a factor maybe. It was very well thrown, it was clean, good height. Ball went backwards. It's number 12, Madison Morrell driving forward. Nice little dish to the outside and driven into touch. Gonna have Krosik to put it in.
West seem to be not sure who's. Okay, there we go. Slogger's ball. Very deep attack line
Yes,
with a pod behind it.
this
First
one's
receiver.
won cleanly by Snapper King.
Great name.
Actually, yes, yeah, I'm doubting myself, which is quite normal. Okay, let's see what Loggers can do now. Their kind of first possession.
Really contesting the breakdowns. They turn it over? They did, yeah.
Yeah, very, very physical.
But the West are good at turning ball over. I mean, that's been their superpower.
Yeah. Oh, we have a break down the outside. That's number 15, Dalzell.
And Dalzell immediately tried to run infield towards support.
Again, we get some good line straightening. Oh, and just dropped, unfortunately. Okay, ball kicked up. Dalzell has it. Tries to turn the corner and just runs into a brick wall.
Yeah, she was sort of absorbed.
That was Naomi Orton. Trying to get it to the outside, and again just goes into touch. It's that last pass in that last game that they were just missing on those connections. So
Yeah.
hopefully they can just clean it up a little bit.
I think the delay in the pass set it off too.
Right.
So. The Grizzlies have sun in their eyes, so it's a little tough. Any high kicks for them are going to be difficult. Is that straight down or nope?
No. Referee says it was forward.
It's so funny. It's like 20 right now. Yesterday.
Keeping everything between the 22s. Actually, almost even between the 10s.
Yeah.
Referee says there was an early push, so we're going to do it again, and I'm going to give you a little bit of talking to. Take the mark. This time it's a little cleaner. Taking it off the back of the scrum by the 8-man. She works her way forward. Taking a pace. Out to the 10. Gates. Now taken by a big tackle right back onto the ruck. Let's go the other side. Grizzlies just trying to find a hole.
Their breakdown defense is pretty good.
Yeah, Loggers are doing a really good job of putting one or two bodies on the tackle. And just maintaining shape.
So they lost their line speed there. That allowed a gain line break.
There is an injured player on the field that's being talked to by the support staff. Ball's turned over. Loggers have it. Trying to set that ruck. Bit of a loose pass, but Orton has it.
It's a hard run there.
There's some space. It's kind of been the first open run.
It's a big, fast player.
Yeah, I think that was Masanu.
She was a real issue yesterday. She really was. She was giving teams fits.
Yeah. There she is again. She's going to run straight at you and stop me if you can.
But
And it's turned over. Just a little bit outside the hands And it's won back by Loggers. Shea back inside. I think that's Elma. That's the 7. It's had a good impact so far. Trinity Wall. And we're going to draw a penalty. Quick tap taken. Support needs to get there. The ball spills out. West have an opportunity. Trying to work it back upfield. Really moving it well, not taking each other's space, and just as I say that, it's turned over in the tackle. There's nobody there to receive the ball. Orton says, I'll take it.
Attacks the weak side.
Snapper King there in support. We've got number 20, Waisler. Sorry, Walliser. Oh, good hands by Massanu.
Active player, and she's a handful.
The Green Army just trying to find a space. Ball dropped. Orton gets out into the open air, and Orton heading for the corner. Dalzell cannot get there. Orton is in. Naomi Orton touches it down for the first score of the game.
Very persistent attack from the northwest there to punch it through. Just stepping outside for a little while. The heat is getting significantly more of a factor in this match. The combination of increased temperatures and this being the 4th match of the weekend. You really want to get off to a quick start, get on the scoreboard first, and make it harder for the other team to chase you down.
Amanda Homer on the conversion attempt. Strike is good. It's clean. Just a little short.
It's tough work up in this Prox box. Even our scoreboard operator parched and required water. Emergency water. But it's smart water. He'll be much smarter for it.
Comes a restart from the west. Solid kick right down the middle. Fielded cleanly. Good
Loggers on the attack.
Lost in contact. Looks like it'll be a knock-on advantage, scrum advantage to the west. About 25 meters out. Mr. Hearn, are you properly hydrated now?
I'm trying.
I miss the hydration supplements we used to get around this program. Moved on to bigger and brighter things in the Ivy League, I guess.
Yeah, that was a shout out to the Cirillo family. We used to get the hydration packets.
Dagger of a kicker.
She'll
rip your soul out.
Only yours.
If you have a soul.
Grizzlies just trying to break through that defense. It's that second or third pass that seems to go awry.
We see the last game, West defense had really stepped up. Oh,
Nice little step through the hole there. Big push by Massanu. And comes away with it.
Oh, what
That was
hard
impressive.
work. Good job.
Drops it out to, I think that was Walliser.
You like to see the jerseys with the lower numbers causing chaos at the breakdown like that.
Up to halfway. Got depth. You'd like to see them just running on a little bit more. Get it to the outside. Driven out into touch. Good tackle by number 13,
Coming back to
Littler. Back for offside.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he might have been helped out by the assistant referee on that because he had his back turned in the other direction. They were clearly offsides.
We have an Irish referee out in the centre right now, and
Oh,
it
not
seems like
this
the
again.
sun is just reflecting off him. It might be actually confusing players.
Or commentators.
Well, it doesn't take much to confuse the commentators here. It's Snapper King. Orton. Ball just goes a little behind.
Oof.
Cleaned up by Michael, and then she smashes somebody in the tackle. Massanu. Orton. Out to number 14, Henricks.
Masto, like a lot of the big players we're seeing, great hands.
Yes. Diving over. It's going to be a penalty on the Grizzlies. So it'll take a few steps back. I would say the ball service in this one just is a little slightly, it's just slightly off.
Yep.
And it's a bit slow. I think the defenses are causing that too, though.
Definitely heat is surely a factor.
Sure.
No, we'd know in our air-conditioned little box up here. It's turned over.
Good steal.
Break on the outside. There is some green space in front and driven out into touch. Good defense by Loggers. This has been going back and forth this whole half.
We've seen it a couple times now where the attacking players just losing a little bit of field awareness. They're getting too close to the sidelines, and the defenders are doing a great job of using the sideline as that 16th tackler and pushing them out of bounds and taking possession that way. You know, if the teams are going to drift towards the sideline, just let them use that momentum, and makes it easier on the defense.
Ball cleared everybody in the line out. It did go straight. And that is, I think, number 4, Gregory. Gregory's had a good weekend for herself.
No turnover.
Loggers trying to punch down the outside. Back inside. Keeping it close. Massanu. Straightens up the line. Taking a couple of bodies to get her down. Still going. Just churning those feet.
gonna
Sets
charge.
Orton free. Orton is chased by Dalzell. It looks like she's going to get there for her second score. Gets it in under the posts. Good job by Orton, and that was all set up by the driving force of Massanu.
Massanu could have charged bus fare. She was taking players for a ride down there. My gosh.
For sure.
That's a good one.
So again, I'm curious if Dalzell is Kevin Dalzell's daughter. I remember he was a star at Highland High School and then for the U.S. And he played in France for quite a while.
Snapper King is going to attempt the conversion. Just waiting on the tee.
And Snapper's been all over the pitch all weekend. Really strong showing from her. Does a lot of stuff in open play, kicks.
Yeah. Very physical. Takes one step forward and puts it right down Broadway. 12-0. Coming up to, can't be much left in this half.
And the sleeves rolled up, taking advantage of the Florida sunshine. They may not have that in the Pacific Northwest.
The weather's very similar to Ireland's. 7 months, 8 months of rain, 5 months of clouds.
Ball's kicked right up the middle. And just barreling over. Loggers are starting to put some hits together. Nice hands by King to maintain possession. A nice little dump off to Orton.
Beautifully done.
Orton gets it to the outside. Managed to stay inside. Orton's there for the reception.
Nice
Logger
step in.
starting to get something going. Taken on again by, we're not sure, that's number 6. Stewart. Nice little offload. Now you have Orton down the outside again into number 14.
The West player down.
That is Henricks.
Loggers really seeming to find their flow here.
That's Michael.
Masno again. Gee whiz.
Still trying to drive forward. It's Henricks. Out to Shea. Little offload pass to October. October Michael driving forward. They're right on the goal line now. Just trying to punch it through.
They're going to be offside. Yep. Okay.
Lost at the bottom of the ruck forward.
We're going to come back for a scrum. I think it was maybe knocked on in the pickup.
The lack of line speed really hurt the West there. Yeah, just allowed them a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, the West has played a lot of defense this weekend. And
It's fatiguing. This is their, what, third game? Fourth game?
Fourth game, yeah.
It's hot. Probably hottest part of the day now.
And every game has been physical.
Absolutely.
Good drive by West. Going short side. Tackles a little high, but referee says it's okay.
It was a body tackle. I was surprised.
Yeah. Ball's put up into space and kicked out of the stadium.
there was no doubt about it that that one was going to find touch as it's
Nope.
headed over to the woods.
And that's going to be the half.
And from
the
experience
ball's gone.
trying to drive the van into this facility yesterday, there's no gate over on that side of the pitch. So it's going to be a long walk to retrieve the ball.
I know, I walked over to say hello to USA ready to get the second half underway. The score is 12-0. Ball does not go 10. Let's see if Loggers say I'm taking it anyway.
They have the option to play it, and they do.
That was number 5, Peyton Parks.
Pick and go. So like a number of the Loggers players have jumped on the trend of pulling the sleeves up a little bit to get as much of the Florida sunshine as they can before headed back west.
It's definitely hot out there now.
Yeah.
We're going to have a penalty for not releasing. Quick tap taken. Referee says not from the mark. Let's go again. Now he's calling a scrum.
Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you.
Oh, thank you to the angel that dropped off some cookies in the booth. And since none of our wives have sent us Valentine's Day cookies this year.
Panther South giving bribes to...
Big shout out to Panther South, our neighbors at the hotel this weekend.
Very kind of them.
Well, I sent my wife flowers.
Oh, this is the second time we've gone through this,
please.
Lance. Quit laying it
I have a
on
house
for
to go
guys.
home to now.
In case you're late to joining the program, being nice to Lance was the last game's halftime show, so we've moved on from that.
It's all done now.
Our wives' gifts was us not being home.
My wife just texted me and asked if I was going to Utah for the national championship. I wasn't even considering it. Seems like a demand and not a
To me, it sounds like she wants you out there.
go to Utah. That was a strong tackle there by
was.
the Northwest.
We have a player down in the middle. We have number 8 from West. Now, she might be number 1, maybe. Not sure. Some good movement by West now, getting it up to halfway.
I think you're right with 8 at the first. Hopefully it's just some cramping. And the second West player was down.
And we're going to have a penalty for not releasing. The Loggers were really contesting that breakdown. Man to homer.
Looks like we'll take a minute to get everyone back on their feet again. Yeah, it does look like it's cramping. That. And we're just waiting for play to get back underway here. And another special shout out to the angel from the South Panthers squad who came up and left some Valentine's Day goodies for us up in the booth, and wishing everyone out there the happiest of Valentine's Days. Can't think of anything more romantic than watching rugby with those that you love the most, or watching rugby hours and hours away from the ones that you love the most, which is the secrets are happy marriages, I believe.
You're not wrong, buddy.
Mine was marrying a rugby woman.
Happy Valentine's Day to the women that let us do this. We're back in the action. Loggers moving forward, just driving that ruck forward. Ball's available now, and it's turned over. West tried to get their shape. Moving it well through the hands, but just a little bit sideways. We're going to have penalty advantage. West trying to find a hole. Loggers has had a staunch defense all weekend.
Really impressive with their physical play.
And we're going to have an offside.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was going to get called. She was way outside. Yeah.
So up to halfway now. Ball is available. There's numbers out wide. Oh, and it's turned over again.
Great job ripping the ball away by number 7 there.
The West have been just the best turnover team here.
Trinity Wall.
Good hard driving, kept the legs driving.
Looks like we're going to come back and play the knock. See several players slow to get up now. Definitely the heat and the fatigue taking its toll on all the sides. But Lance, I've been so impressed with the Pacific Northwest all weekend. You know, they're the newcomers to this event, and you know they've definitely cemented their place that they belong here, and they have very talented players, very physical style of rugby, and really fun to watch.
And we saw yesterday, you know, tough victory against Midwest, tough tie this morning against the South, who were spectacular. So they've just gotten better and better as the tournament's gone on.
Knock forward. West going to play the advantage.
Big line speed for the Midwest.
Got a quick break for a shoe to get tied as a rather large bird flies over the middle of the field, leaving its shadow across midfield. Maybe that was a condor. Yeah. Get Brian Ahern, maybe he'll use his expert bird watching skills to give us a little insight.
Ornithology. Bless you.
Or horticulturist? No, that's not birds, is it?
Ornithology.
Good job by the Northwest to force the West to move the ball into touch there. Style of play is definitely getting sluggish here as we go along here. Mishandlings, and the worst part of the mishandlings, if you're a tight 5 player, is that they're going to result in a scrum down, and sure that's not the most fun thing to do as the heat increases. And
Now fitness, hydration plays an enormous key. Fitness, but hydration is everything now.
how much sunscreen the guy across from me is wearing, and all these factors come into.
A sloppy line out there, taken by West, and into touch. One difference I see with the Midwest is with the Pacific, the lineout's really struggling in there. That was a story yesterday, too. A lot of swatting the ball down, not trying to catch it. Big break by the
Eddie
West.
Anderson on the line break.
Knocking on the door and turned over again, right on the line. Oh, heartbreaking.
And the other side's been really able to maintain possession of the ball. There's a lot of turnover at the breakdown.
Kick right down the middle, taken up by 17? 15?
Deidre Dalzell. They come back for a line or offside penalty.
Well, they may get some redemption for that turnover on the line. Northwest is slowing that ball at the breakdown, which is really creating problems for West. Ball moving out, ball carrier took the ball back inside, and offsides. Driving hard to right on the line again. Just feet from the line.
There we go. West gets in.
Great stuff. Try by West. Right in the corner.
See if we can get a number off of that.
Hey, how are you? Yes, as well. I was walking over to
Makes the score 12-5. The advantage of the Pacific Northwest.
There goes the South coach running down the stands. Good for the West. They work really hard for that. You know,
Yeah,
you
they
get
haven't
the
scored a
first
lot
time.
of points this weekend, so
Yeah.
it's good to see them reward, feel good about themselves.
But also, there's no give up in them, no
No,
quit whatsoever,
no.
and that's huge.
They're within a score here. They're down by a try with less than 10 minutes left to go in the tournament for
A
them.
lot of
So
character. Yeah.
see if they can pull something together. And I'm sure that these girls all out on the West Coast are familiar with each other and play in a lot of the same events out there. So there'll be a certain amount of bragging rights that
Northwest are just more aggressive on that ball. Ball's up in the air. They took it.
it was run by October Michael. It's handled off the back of the breakdown. Loggers are able to maintain possession.
They had numbers outside, but
Looked like Shea was on that run.
it disappeared quickly. We take it back in.
West was able to poach it, but the ball squirts loose.
Didn't get a number on that great break there.
Loggers maintain possession. I believe that was 17, Sky Wegner.
Meters from the line.
Kendall Ford on the run. I'm sorry, Naomi Orton with the run.
They're running better lines now. Straighten their lines. As I say that.
Salama with the big run to the outside.
Strike back in. See over the line and try. Teams are the most vulnerable to be scored on after they score or after they've been scored on. We saw that, so many times scored, and that team comes back, does it again, or the other team immediately comes back.
Ahern will be returning to the broadcast shortly. I think he's still trying to get his children recruited to Sacred Heart. Making sure the tuition check's clear.
Yeah, so it's been the first time they want to do it for another 4.
Kick is up, and it's good to extend the lead for Northwest to 19-5. It's a shame what you're saying, Lance, about the frequency in which teams will score immediately following a try in one direction or the other, where, your team is happy that you scored your try. You haven't scored a lot of tries, and then you just sort of let your guard down enough that the other team's able to push across.
Yeah, you get scored on, you're too busy being angry at each
momentum.
other for some kind of defensive lapse, or you score and you're so busy patting yourself on the back. Gee whiz, that was fast against us.
Taken by Emma Stewart. Going to be a penalty for not rolling away. Referee gets in the way of the quit tap, so we'll do it again. Taken by Amanda Homer. There's Snapper King on the run. Sean tackle from the west. West is moving forward, Northwest is moving forward. They're going to draw a penalty for not rolling away. About 5 minutes left to go here.
Kick to touch. Give me a Northwest line out. The lineouts have been a bit of a toss-up, though.
Yeah.
They really struggled. A lot of that swatting the ball, which could put your scrum half in the hospital really quickly.
Yeah, it can be very dangerous and
It's not their best friend.
a little chaotic. And these teams don't get to work together on the details. That was a nice line out
Well,
there.
taken by West, yeah. West throw is good.
Looking to get a little bit of a rolling ball started off here.
Not seen that often, have we?
No, not successfully at least,
Yeah.
and goes right into touch. So great job by the Northwest to defend them all, which at this level is difficult too. If you're able to, at the high school girls level, if you're able to build an effective maul, it can be really dangerous because not a lot of teams are experienced in stopping the maul. The problem with that is it's very hard to implement it at the high school level. So teams are able to will have
On the higher levels,
success.
we're starting to see the driving mauls like off of scrums, 8 picking up back into contact, and then setting a driving maul in the middle of the field. South Africa have been doing that quite a bit, men and women. So until they depower the maul, that's fine. But
You've been around long enough to see the game take what was old and make it new again over and over again. And
I played with 4-point tries a long time ago when there were no substitutions at all.
the balls were still leather.
They were.
Shout out to Jeff at Steamroller Rugby Supply. Not sure they do stock leather rugby balls, but I'm sure he can figure it out for you if you
We'd have to
ask for Wendy.
We'd lather them in Vaseline so they wouldn't absorb water. Otherwise, they'd be like 10 pounds on a rainy day. A big clear
I hope
out
that
there.
didn't ruin anybody's Valentine's Day brunches. Northwest is moving the ball again.
Yeah, and she's trying to avoid that, running a touch and bringing the defenders over, take that ball back inside.
That's a good strategy. You're just trying to sort of wind the clock down, keep the ball in the middle of the field. They have strong runners. You can be really effective.
Yeah, but they're taking all these balls flat, so they're not breaking gain line.
Try to spin it wide.
First time really broke the line and gained some ground. Territory, and this wing is just hustling, working her butt off.
Kendall Ford on the run.
Kept her feet moving the whole time, used her free hand to move defenders off her.
Another strong run by Snapper King. Looks like the ball was
she's a
turned
nice
over
player.
by the West.
I think Snapper King's deceivingly strong physically, too.
Been in the middle of the action all weekend. Good support from the West there, trying to get something going here in the last minutes.
Big double tackle by Grizzlies. Or Loggers, sorry.
Sure, the Loggers run into the Grizzlies when they're out there in the woods.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
West trying to get out of there. Kick right down the middle of the field. Fielded cleanly. Time for a counterattack.
Counterattack. Hard into contact.
Strong run. Lots of arms up around the neck. Looks like the referee has it for a high
She
tackle.
had a big breakout here in the wing before, too. Same player.
We're going to come
He's really
back for the
strong.
penalty. Okay, so there's a previous offsides on the kick. We should be just coming up on the final moments of the second half here with the Northwest leading the West 19 points to 5.
He's looking at his watch.
Yeah, it looks like he may be giving a little bit of assistance so that she won't tap through and then kick for touch to end the game rather than kicking it to touch and extending the game. Or possibly a scrum option. That's and Northwest is moving it to the far side of the field. One last run up the middle here. They're going to put one more score into end the weekend. And it looks like they're going to the outside. West is trying to push them away. We got to try to change direction here. Strong run by 15 as she spins and she dives to the try zone. Try scored, number 15.
Nicely done.
Amanda Homer with the score to put the Loggers ahead 24-5.
That'll probably be the last act of the game. Snapper King to convert.
Yeah. Looks like Ahern's following up and make sure all his bills are paid at Sacred Heart, and he'll be back on the mic for our final tilt of the weekend. Not many coaches travel all the way to Tampa to let the parents know accounts receivable or expecting a follow-up. And the kick is up, and it's going to be wide right by
Was the check in the mail?
Snapper King, who had a really strong weekend for the Loggers. That's going to end it with a 24-5 victory for the Loggers. Loggers, great first showing at the territorial
they got
event.
Progressively better and better and better. So
Really impressed with what I've seen out of them. Physical style of rugby, and really showed some good things. Tough weekend for the West. They played really hard. Got caught on the opposite side of some real juggernauts of programs. But I'm sure they're going to be back to the drawing board as soon as they get home and working on what they're going to be doing next year to get a better result.
And Masuna was giving them fits too. I mean, she's hard carrier, really challenged the defense aggressively. They ran some nice strike lines. Tried to avoid, bringing that ball out to touch, bring it back in, keep play moving. Smart about that. Yeah, it's good to see.
That's going to clear the way for our final match of the weekend, which is going to be the Midwest Baby Birds against the Eastern Storm, which was a highly anticipated match. Coming into the weekend, both teams have clashed over the last 3 years here at the territorial event. They've done some outside matches as well. I know both sides are enjoying as much of the Florida weather as they possibly can get a hold of before heading back to the Arctic temperatures of their homes. So it'll be a really exciting matchup here. The Storm has been a juggernaut all weekend. Everything they seem to be doing is exactly as planned.
Yeah, it's just clicking on all cylinders.
A real team effort that a senior heavy lineup, and these are the seniors. They're going to be in the lineups of all the top college teams come the fall, and it'll really be exciting for them to take that next step. It's not something that's done overnight. It's a slow build over the last 5 years, coming from Coach Mike Eisenhart and his staff, the administrators, the other coaches that are involved with the program to build something that has been trying to measure up to what the Baby Birds have been doing for years. And it's no secret that the standard was set by the Baby Birds, and that's what the EGRL Selects and now the Storm have been working towards over the last few years, coming down to this event and getting closer and closer, and looking to see if this is the year that the Storm can fire the EGRL. Now the Storm are able to knock off the Baby Birds, because I know that was been an important goal for the program the entire off season since we flew out of here last February.
They played a really enjoyable game. Their style of play is really fun to watch. The athleticism has just been a joy, but their cohesiveness as a team is just really the hallmark of their success.
Yeah.
The coaches are really driven that, but these players all do. I think the thing that's really important is they lose players, graduating and aging out. The younger players are brought in, and they're just accepted really well and trusted, and that's huge. And that just brings their level up, and we see it, with the 15, Leah Sapolo, just, freshman in high school, and she's an absolute star out there.
And we're actually getting quite a positive feedback on the new venue, the new stadium that we're in this time around. And shout out to Pelicans Rugby, where we've been the last few years. But obviously there's a cost associated with renting the stadium, so we really have to make sure our budgets are tight, and every team has to kind of chip in a little bit for that. But it's been a really positive experience here.
Yeah. And having stands, real stands, because the stands there were small.
Yeah, and it gives space to as we've been saying all weekend, there's a ton of college coaches here that are doing recruiting. There are a ton of representatives from different select sides and USA Rugby and things like that are around. And it's nice when they're able to go to an event and they can control the access level that they have with, or the proximity rather, to the players and the coaches, and there's rules and regulations depending on the level. The NCAA teams have to follow different recruiting rules than maybe a club team does, and it's a venue like this provides that ability to separate and to do that, as does the showcase that we have up in New Jersey. And it's nice that I know Lance, you've spent years in that tent with the other coaches, and the free flow information, the commentary, and sometimes the sandbagging as the recruiting process goes through of this player does this, that player does that, that person has a criminal record so long and has overdue library books. One
of the outcomes of the showcase has been that the coaches have become really good friends, and we created this community of coaches that wasn't there. We were just always on the opposite sides of each other, and also we're sitting there with each other, all going through the same things, the same aggravations, the same frustrations, and that was enjoyable also.
Yeah, it's had a negative effect on our broadcast, though, because Lance will just step outside the booth to, go to the restroom, and it takes him 2 hours to get back because he talks and is friends with every single coach that's here.
I'm a social butterfly. I can't help it.
Some of us just get a hand signal from a distance, and that's good enough for us.
All right, Flynn getting ready to get us going.
She'll bring her talents to Dartmouth next year. This year.
In her 19th year of high school. We're just kidding.
It's only her 17th.
She's been phenomenal every step of the way. Running on a pace, trying to create that hole. Roth spreads the ball out. Bit bobbly on the second, and Storm immediately trying to swallow up that land.
Again, though, they're staying away from touch.
Roth again, just knocked on. So Storm have it. McGettigan directing traffic. Out to Robinson. Flynn saw an opening and puts her Doylestown teammate through. Now there's room on the outside. Raznik gets it out. Oh, good hands by Sapola. And Sapola gets it down in the corner. Really nice run by Sapola. That was a very well-worked try from Flynn, just allowing the defense to kind of come up and fill those holes, and then just threading the ball through the spots, and then good work by the back line.
Raznik straightened her line out there, too. It was beautiful. Committed that defender, and Sapola just did the work.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like she stepped into touch, so the reports of the try have been exaggerated.
Take a look, line out.
We can rewind it and delete it.
Yeah. I mean, we let it go long enough that the highlight film will look good. And
it's all about the highlight reel.
Good lineup, all secured by the Midwest here. See
Roth
if they
has
can
it. She'll
exit.
put it to her foot. Kicked
Roth
into
able to
space.
cross
Walensky lets it bounce and gets hit on the tackle. The support is there by the Midwest Baby Birds. Flynn digs it out. I don't know how Flynn dug it out.
I have no idea how she got that ball.
Robinson works her way forward.
Yeah, and I can guarantee
Out to
that the
Terry.
Baby Birds do not care what the results of any of the previous matches of this weekend were.
Yep.
They want to win this game just as badly as the Storm do.
Hoffman long. Robinson. Flynn sees a hole and she takes it. She's bursting out. It's just one to beat. Good tackle by number 23. That is Van de Yacht.
Great support. Running back in.
Storm maintains pressure. Out to Mackenzie Marks. Good line speed by the defense, but it's been poached. I think that's number 6, Staten.
She just ripped it out of the hands to turn the ball over.
Being driven back into the ruck.
ball was available. So
Playing with
Out
the ball, holding it too
to
long.
Robinson. Just off the tips of the hands. It's going to be knock on. Ball was just a little bit behind.
yeah, on that previous play, we've seen it a couple times where there were penalties called where the ball was not out of the breakdown and the scrum half was hit early. You could see that the Storm player checked with the referee had his hands up as to, make it known the ball was available to be played, and she made a good hit on the.
Yeah, it's all fair play now.
You've got McGettigan in the 10 spot, and outside her, Mariana Johnson, one of the youngest players in the squad.
It looks like a North Bay combination in the centers here.
Yeah, Raznik outside and Jayla Walensky on the wing. Hoffman Long on the other wing, Sapola at the back. Thunderbirds take it from the base of the scrum. Just trying to work their way forward. And we're going to have a penalty for not rolling away.
I'd rather take the penalties down here than 60 meters back.
Roth puts it to the sky and gets another 20 meters.
Brian, if given a choice at the coin toss to take the Sun first half or second half, what would you do?
I think it's kind of directly over us for the most part now, but yeah, by the second half, it's probably going to be in somebody's face, right?
Yep.
I would take it first half. Roth tries a little switch, but doesn't work out, and then we have a knock-on. We're actually going to go back for a forward pass. So, good defense by Mariana Johnson.
It's good to see the Storm have some of the younger players out on the pitch right now to start things off. Yeah, Coach Eisenhardt's doing a real good job of giving everyone a role on the team to make them engaged in the whole process, and it really goes a long way in helping the overall team concept of what they're trying to do.
Split.
Well, that's the thing, you're hoping that the younger players this year are going to be the more experienced ones, and you want to make sure they get...
Lost ball.
Lost off the head, good tackle by Walensky. Hoffman Long is in. Can't get to it. Out to Roth. And just a little bobbled on the way through.
First off her foot, then off her hand.
Yeah, that was Murray. Sorry, that was Laddish coming through.
It's interesting. Robinson in at 8 for the Storm. She finished the last match at the scrum half, showing that flexibility and the willingness to play positions that the team needs.
You don't see too many kids going from scrum half to 8, man.
Probably a lot of number 8s that think they can play scrum half.
Yes, exactly.
A lot of scrum halves that think they can play number 8. But
Sidestep by Jocelyn Terry. Tori Waymeyer, little offload. Mark's ready for it. Charges forward. Support's there. Big drive on the ruck. We're going to have a penalty for not rolling away. So taken quickly by McGettigan. There's space outside. They can maintain their lines.
Keeps her feet driving.
shot in the corner. Back
that
inside.
Was Anna Vota.
Midwest does a great job to turn that ball over. See if they can exit.
Great pressure.
Oh, good hands by Walensky on the clearance by Ross. She cuts back inside. Keeps that attack, just keeping the pressure on. Raznik, there's room outside if they can get it there. Hoffman Long. Just before the line, and she's in.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. The signal came up late.
Very good movement by Vota on that. Just maintained her line and drew the defenders in, and then set Hoffman Long out on the wing. Just had to beat her.
Yeah, I think it was one of the forwards came up there and She wasn't able to move her feet quickly enough.
But that was just all created by the defense. You know, when they turned the ball over, they just kept that relentless pressure on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a funny little moment there. We've talked all day about McGettigan moving out from 9 to 10 to help the team, and she went quick as she would naturally when she's playing for Downingtown as the 9. I don't know if Nola Flynn was looking for things to go that quickly, but it worked, so Flynn's going to have a shot at the point after.
Bring water out.
Kicks up just past the post, so it's going to be 5-0. About halfway through this first half.
Yeah, it's funny to see the depth of this side. Nola Flynn, who's one of the best kickers probably at the high school level, hasn't had that many attempts at kicks on goal today, with Olive Rhodes on the roster as well for the Storm. You're spoiled as a coach to have so many effective, and there's 3 or 4 other options on the bench, or around her as well, that could be taking shots at goal too.
And you could say that could be more of a long-term development of the team, where you're letting Rhodes do the kicking when Flynn is more than capable of doing it.
Actually, as you look to next year, this side's going to lose a lot of players, but the cupboard's not bare when you have Rhodes and McGettigan and.
Opportunity here for the Baby Birds. They've got numbers on the outside. They get the ball out. That's number 25. Campbell Way. Actually, sorry, wrong team. Barons.
Here's where they need line speed. Can't give it up.
Good pressure defense.
Yep.
Good work by Johnson in the middle.
Defenders out wide.
Oh, and it's stolen by Scarlett Weinstein. There's Robinson. Waymeyer in support.
The pace of the game is picking
Flynn
up.
tries to punch it through. Roth blocks it. It's cleaned up by McGettigan. Actually, it wasn't McGettigan that cleaned up, not sure. Now McGettigan has the ball.
Might have been O'Leary.
Might have been O'Leary.
Referee
Mariana
away.
Johnson has a little bit of room. Now it's Flynn. Supported by Terry.
That ball's just sitting out there. Hands in there.
We're going to have coming in from the side.
Yeah, the problem there with the number 8 came through, moved the Storm player off the ball, but then tried to play the ball as they were engaged in the breakdown, which is not legal. She would have been better off just driving through and then leaving the ball be available for the next arriving player to do something with it.
So 5-meter line out to the Storm.
That was kind of the first chink in the armor we've seen in the Storm, where they didn't support the ruck correctly there.
And it's interesting to see. There's a lot of younger faces in the forward set right now, and
really nice drive there by Robinson. Robinson wants to go quickly.
Yeah.
Ref says,
Good idea.
Ref says, wait for me.
Yep.
hey, Nola saying, "I'm still the captain of this side out here. Is anybody going to listen to me?"
No, give me a few months to finish this thing out. Oh, short ball to number 22, and that is a touchdown for a try. Number 22.
Touchdown.
Paisley Davy. I know I said touchdown. I meant she actually touched it down, not touchdown in year terms.
This is not American football, sir.
Lance is going to tell you about Teddy Roosevelt, like picking up the rugby ball and throwing it forward and creating football too, or
And he shot it while it was in the air
Back in my day.
and yelled, "Bully."
if there was a Forrest Gump to the sport of rugby, he's sitting in the booth with us today, folks.
Which one are you talking about?
Forrest Gump or Forrest O. Gump?
Or Darby O'Gill and the Little People. Kick is good by Flynn. Impressive start by the Storm. Nola's, in making her 4th appearance in this event, has been on the short side of the score with the Thunderbirds a number of times. I know it means a lot for her to lead this team to a victory here in this match.
Ball's up.
Oops.
Bounced off the hands of Weinstein. So it's going to be a scrum advantage.
Roth.
Bounces out. The 9 tried to kick it through. That was Vranek.
Kick blocked by Resnick and caught by Resnick.
So we'll go back for the scrum advantage.
Resnick's another player playing out of position. She's done really well.
Yeah. The twins, the Resnick sisters are here from North Bay this weekend, and again, everybody, and I'm sure every team is doing this. You have multiple players that might have a different position at their club, and then they're asked to step up into a position they don't know for something like this, and every kid is, you just give me my opportunity to get on the field, and I'll do whatever you want.
So where Roth going to attack? Go weak.
That's the 8, Pickett, and she picked it.
So we don't know yet where Roth is going to school, huh? He's a nice player.
No.
If anyone knows, they can add it to the chat.
She is a senior.
Yeah.
Most of our information is based off of what's provided by the staffs of the
I want to
each
say
individual
Dartmouth.
program.
I want to say Dartmouth, but I'm not entirely sure.
This is scouting heaven, too, for college scouts. There's a lot of talent here.
You're telling me that Tampa, Florida is a better destination to spend your middle of February than New Hampshire or Massachusetts or Connecticut?
It's crazy. We're 6 months into winter and we're still only in February.
Strong run by Johnson up the middle.
Fighting her way forward. McGettigan has it.
Yeah, Johnson's a sophomore, another younger player that's on the field for
Is that all
the
she is?
Storm.
Wow.
Robinson just finds a hole. Storm just moving forward. They've turned it over.
Stripped away.
That's
Nice job.
Number 6.
Nice contact
Jayla
in by
Stanton.
Johnson on the opposite side for the Storm.
It looks like we've got hands in, and Mackenzie Marks is told to take the hands out. Storm, it's Roth just trying a little switch with Pickett, just didn't work out. They still maintain possession. Just trying to get to that outside.
Good, powerful drive there.
Roth just trying to create space for her teammates to run through. Good, powerful drive there.
Great work by the Storm to collapse on the ball and secure the tackle. A couple of Robinsons in on that one.
It's spilled, but it goes backwards. Let's see, we're going to have diving in by Mackenzie Marks. And it looks like we have a player down injured as well. Marks just kind of landed on her as she was.
Yeah, I think she was
setting
diving
up.
for the ball, and there wasn't really a breakdown established. So. As we've been saying with the players on the Storm playing out of position and things like that, it's fun to look over at the sideline and all the girls are on their feet and they're encouraging each other, and that this group has really come together over the last 6 months or so. Put aside their differences, at least for the time that they're together, and
if you want
can't
to
wait to get back to hating each other once we get back home. And the Pennsylvania teams will be in their in-state competition. The EGRL will get into their conference matrix season, and they'll be in a couple situations: the Gonzaga tournament, the South Showcase, the North Showcase, where all these Storm players are going to be on the opposite side of the field of each other, and they're going to go at it just as hard as they're going at it this weekend. So,
yeah, that's the challenge all these teams have. These are all rivals. kids who were rivals to play for rival teams playing against each other. That changes everything. And like you said, 2 weeks later, they're back to playing against each other.
This is the first year you've really seen it, or you've seen it more, and it's grown each year. From the first year that we were down here, where we really didn't have a lot of time to prepare. We had 1 or 2 practices, and
6 weeks.
Sort of came together in a very short time frame, and the girls barely knew each other. Each year they've known each other a little bit more, but this year it really feels like the Storm has come together as a team rather than a collection of players. It helps that there's a large number of Doylestown players to make that foundation. But the other players from the other teams are like-minded. They have similar goals, and it's a credit to the coaches and the support staff around it who have tolerated each other enough to make it okay for the players to interact with each other.
But a few years ago, it seemed like each team had 3 or 4 really, really good players, and so and others who are good. Now these teams are solid through, higher level, better skilled, better coached, all those things.
So that was Sam Orlando being helped off to the sideline. She did get off on her own power, so that's a good sign. Midwest wins the line out cleanly, but the supply to the scrum half was a little off. They still maintain possession. Trying little
Big
switch.
pressure, yeah.
Good work by Johnson there to make the tackle and then drive over the ball.
Pickett cleans everything up.
Really impressive stuff from a player that's been on folks' radar up in Maryland for a number of years. Is really coming into her own here.
Flynn says enough of this and putting it to the sky. Sapola chases. Sapola and Flynn combine on the tackle. Good drive forward by Baby Birds. And again being met by 2 or 3 Storm
Again,
players.
but we're probably 12 phases in. They've lost 30 meters. The defense has been smothering. Oh, there we go.
Pickett finds a hole and releases her teammate. The support needs to get there. It does.
Great support.
That was
line.
12-13 combining. That was Sophia Summerfield and Englund combining for a really nice run. Storm needs to regroup. They're just trying to find that hole. And they've
Good
got
try.
in.
Good work
Nicely
by
done.
Midwest.
We do have a player down. Mariana Johnson, I think.
Yes. Actually, she's trying to get back on her feet. So Coach Jeff Adamczyk is headed out to check on her with the training staff.
Didn't get a number on the try score. I think it was number 1. Zion Laveau.
Yep.
All right, the kick is good. Make it 12-7. Got ourselves a game here,
We
folks.
have a game.
And I think this is the best game so far that the Thunderbirds have shown us. We expected big things coming into the weekend from them, and they haven't been getting the results that they've wanted. They've been playing good, maybe not at the level that we've come to expect from them, but it definitely they want to leave this weekend going out with a victory. They have a lot of talented players that are just sort of coming together, and they want to go out on a high note.
Yeah, it's hard to be as good as they have been for as long as they've been. Hands ball back to Roth.
Be interesting to see how the Storm reply.
Moving the ball well through the through the phases. And we're going to have a
Storm draws a penalty.
So it's a tap and go. There's a hold for Terry. Takes a few players to bring her down. Having a little bit of trouble to get the ball out to Weinstein. She fights her way through.
Strong, just too strong. Low to the ground.
Scarlett Weinstein is one of those players, you know, she's short in stature, might get overlooked by a college coach, but somebody's going to get a really good pickup with Weinstein. She's very, very strong, very, very aggressive. And
as tough as they come.
Yeah, she has no idea. If you ask her, she'd probably tell you she's 6 foot tall.
Because she surrounds herself with a coaching staff that's not very good at math. They may believe her.
Still, line's not the size of the dog in a fight, but the fight in the dog.
That's
and
right.
Boys, there's a lot of fight with that kid. And she'll tell you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kick is good by Rhodes. Cyborg is back on the field.
I didn't even see her sneak back out there. And she's getting her kick straightened away. Her dad won't make her walk to the airport. I think Troy really needs to do something dramatic to cement himself as the head coach at Morris, to be just as despicable as the rest of you. That
Riding coattails of these great athletes. That's all we're doing.
So that was a really good first half of rugby, 19-7 in favor of the Storm. But the Baby Birds are playing some of their best rugby of the weekend so far to close out things. It's really good to see. Really high-level rugby all weekend long from everyone that took the pitch. And, you know, really, really great to see the lengths that the game has grown, you know, over the last few years, coming down to this event each year, and the opportunities that's providing to the players. And, you know, to see so many that the coaches are now able to interact with the players that are completed their duties for the weekend.
The feedback is we need more of this, and more of this doesn't happen without support.
Yes. Like the support of our sponsors. And would you like to speak so eloquently of our head coach and main
driving force?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, Mike Eisenhart is kind of the admin extraordinaire behind the EGRL and the rugby showcases, and now the Eastern States Storm, and he really does a lot of work behind the scenes. This doesn't happen easily, and we're lucky to have his company Proactivity be one of our key sponsors as well, and they allow him a lot of time and effort to be able to put things like this together.
We're also seeing a relationship between he and the high performance group really solidifying, that they're recognizing his talent and contributions he can make, which is huge. Not only as players, but in terms of performance.
You want to know how good he is? He'll tell you.
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
I said too many nice things in a row, sorry.
No, but it's really great. What impresses me the most about, you know, all of this and, you know, working with Mike is a lot of times people in the rugby community get together and we tell tall tales and we have big ideas, but there's no idea that's too big for Mike. He'll make a mental note of it, and a couple weeks later he'll follow up and, yeah, you know what you were saying about, you know, doing a middle school tournament, you know, you were saying about, you know, taking a tour to Canada, or, you know, getting together with another team. And he has the connections and the drive to make it happen. And it's, you know, really a thankless job. You know, we can't give him enough credit for everything that he does, because he's way more organized than the rest of us when it comes to any of this stuff.
I will say the coaches across the league, there's no ego. This is all about giving girls opportunities to get in front of college recruiters, and we want to see them playing at the next level. So, you know, shout out to all of the coaches in the league and the volunteers that are doing these things.
And a lot of times in the rugby community in the United States, ego gets involved, and it shoots people in the foot, and it stunts progress. And the reason why we're able to grow this and have that success is the collaboration of people that set aside the rivalries and set aside their differences to put a product out there that's successful and is doing great things for a number of players and the game as a whole, because we're really raising the competition level and the skill set, that we're doing a service to the college coaches that may not always have been done. And it's fantastic. And it's not just the EGRL or the Storm, it's the Baby Birds and all the groups that are here today are doing it in their own levels. Quite possibly not with the support of rugby at the highest levels for a number of reasons. So, if you're out there and you got a club or you have a daughter that wants to get involved, you have to be your own advocate. You have to go out there and seek the opportunities. And there are opportunities out there. And, we're here to help your athlete find them,
Yeah, and the costs, the associated costs to play in rugby are a fraction of what they are in other sports. We don't have, the traveling teams trying to, somebody's making a lot of money on it. There's none of that existing here. This is really all about the players. We're all we care about are the players.
Even the guys with businesses that are related to rugby aren't really making any money.
No. But hats off to the Midwest. I mean, they built this tournament up.
Yeah.
They started it, and where it began. I mean, humble beginnings to what it's morphing into.
And it's a gigantic geographical space that they cover, the middle of the country. It's not easily accessible from the east to the west to the north to the south of the coverage.
And then weather, you got to work around the weather.
There's a real commitment. Yeah, you're not getting outside in the wintertime in probably 85% of the places where they're drawing players from. So what started as sort of a winter getaway to play a little bit of rugby is really grown over the last 10 years into a really great event. Something that everyone looks forward to every year, players, coaches.
Well, I first came down as a college scout and was just loved it, was so impressed. But again, that was small potatoes compared to now, and we are about to start, and Morgan Roth puts it up. Sort of bobbled, but taken well.
Excellent job by Weinstein to handle the ball and take it forward. Strong run at pace there.
I think that's one of the differences. Most of the times the players are taking the ball at pace, not flat-footed. We just took that one flat-footed, but...
Well, she pushed herself forward. Then we have Sadie. Really impressed with Sadie's work this weekend. Ball in hand and her speed.
And decision-making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be a real credit to St. Bonaventure next year.
Yeah.
Ladegovier, hard run. I like to see Lida run the ball a little bit lower, but I've been asking her to do that for a long time. Sadie's going strong up the middle.
Starting to string the phases together.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fresh bodies are out there for the Storm now.
Midwest line speed is a lot better. And that was the result.
Yeah,
and counter ruck.
Yeah, I think they're going to get number 2 was sort of laying on the ball, is not rolling away. Yeah, the Storm's coming out a little bit flat in their back line, and the combination between them being flat and the Midwest having some line speed, it's pushing them back there. If anybody was going to test that, if the Midwest line speed becomes an issue, I would be stunned if Nola Flynn doesn't try to just pop a ball over the top at some sort of box kick. There goes Roth.
Moving the ball wide. But they're running straight lines. They're not making the mistake of drifting wide.
Yeah.
Way to keep your feet. That's good hard work there.
Excellent poach there. Looks like that was Scarlett.
She's been in for, 3 minutes and already 2 turnovers and a try.
Scarlett Weinstein. Yeah, with her size, her advantage on the pitch is she can get into those places where a lot of other players can't because she's low to the ground and can really be a handful around the breakdown.
She's a Badger.
See if the Storm can get a better result out of the lineout than they did on the last one.
Double throw.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that in a long time. Oh. Okay.
nice gather by McGettigan to get the ball under control, taking into contact.
Yeah, the ball's a little sloppy getting out.
Flynn off the back to Rhodes.
Is that Resnick again?
Yeah, and it looks like the offload to the outside. Maggie Hoffman-Long was unable to hold on to it.
Good idea, though.
She's had a very strong weekend herself. She's not an EGRL player. She's out of Berks County in Pennsylvania, which is an emerging program on the women's side in rugby PA. But she came highly recommended by some of the coaches up in Pennsylvania to join the team and has really held her own.
Who's that?
Who? 11. Yeah. That's at Maggie.
Maggie Hoffman-Long's had a really good day, a good weekend, yeah. Very active. The back threes work really well. I think that's been one of their keys to success, too, is how they've really played and starred. Led by freshman fullback Leah Sapullo.
It's a good attempt to run down the Midwest attack by Peyton Resnacki. The attack was a little high and they were penalized for it. Roth for touch. Roth has been a standout for Midwest all weekend.
She's a really nice player.
Yeah, really, really smooth.
Just trying to will her players up to her standard or up to where she is.
And she's played all over the back line, too. I wouldn't say she's had a set position.
Yeah.
You know, she's got the 15 on her jersey, and she started out at fullback yesterday, but she's inserted herself all over the place. And
she's also been the ruck half a lot of times, too.
Yeah.
Oh.
They've had a lot of success when she has her hands on the ball and is able to to direct traffic.
Well, we see when she was subbed out yesterday, they really struggled. Yeah. Her leadership has been really vital for them.
The match earlier today, she didn't play in the second half. And, that's one of the challenges when you come to an event like this is everybody on the roster is going to play. You don't want to overuse players as well. And, with this heat. And
you want to give those younger players an opportunity to grow and develop.
There's a lot that goes into it. The coaches want to, I guarantee you they'd all give their left arm to, be top of the table at the end of it. But, they're all aware that there's more to it than just that as well. And they want to provide an experience that's valuable to the player and their family. And, I think these coaches are doing a fantastic job this weekend of doing just that. All right, good pressure from the Midwest is causing some mishandles on the Storm side. Great clear out.
That was a great run, great line, and great clear out, and great turnover.
DJ Cordon was with the previous clear out. Midwest steals it. Here they come back again. Nice offload. Another nice offload. They've got the field stretched out, and they got a pretty good shape coming back in the other direction if they can get the ball moving.
They've got a lot of attackers out wide. If they move that ball. Yep.
Storm's able to turn it over within the breakdown. Ball's loose, kicked forward, knocked forward, pushed forward. Everybody's going forward. And we get a pile in the middle of the field. I'd imagine there was so much advantage being played that they just canceled out all the advantage and just...
Morgan going for points.
Interesting to see her kick off the tee. She's hit several
drop kicks.
For
this, she's taking off the tee. She was successful on all her drop
yeah,
kicks too, I think.
If
right?
I recall, yes. We don't have the stats in front of us, but it was impressive. That's going to be a little short.
And a knock on.
Yeah.
In front of the post, scrum to Baby Birds.
Flynn tried to play it and was unable to handle it and caused a knock on, which is going to give the Thunderbirds an opportunity right in the middle of the field, about 10 meters out. Good platform to try to get something going here. Down 19-7 with about 13 minutes to go here in the tournament. All right, we have a good engagement. A little bit of push coming from the Storm.
They're probably going to break to the weak side if they ever.
The referee didn't like it. We're going to come back and do it again. Referee's discretion to make sure everything's safe and steady. Picked off the back. They're going to go weak. Ball's available. Picked off the bottom of the ground. Isolated. McGettigan's got her hands on the ball.
Turned over? Nope.
Now it looks like we're going to get a penalty for a high tackle about 5 meters away from the try zone. Roth's going to take the tap. Toes through, goes forward, offloads. Move through the hands.
Oh, bobble.
Mishandled.
Forward. It was forward.
Going to get a scrum down to the Storm.
That's what pressure does. I mean, that's...
Yeah, Midwest got a little fancy there. Maybe you want to just run straight forward with it and create a platform to get your backs an opportunity, or maybe do some pick and goes there.
You're also taking it to the heart of the defense, which wasn't helpful.
Yeah, Midwest has had some success with stretching the field wide. Run into contact by Murray.
Midwest's been down in their half for quite a while now.
A little bit of pressure coming from the Storm, working across the field. Defense is able to flow. There's some holes. If the Midwest can get the ball moving, I think there could be some opportunities. Good support line. Field to Sheehan. Into a tackle. Brought down. Counter ruck by the Storm.
Midwest have numbers to the right.
Kick over the top. Played cleanly by Hoffman Long.
Sapulo puts it downfield, saw space, and attacking it with great pace. The kick chase is good. Let's see what the Midwest kick back.
Taken hard by Govier out of West Carroll. Good work on the deck. Secure possession. Flynn over the top.
She sees that space.
Kicks it into space. Let's see if the chase can happen.
Well, you've got 3-on-1 down here.
Peyton coming. McGettigan coming. Flynn coming.
Tackle made.
Tackle made in touch, so it looks like we're going to get a... See what the referee's decision is. Was it knocked
Is it goal line
forward?
drop, or is it a 5-meter scrum? It's a 5-meter scrum.
Yeah,
it
it looks like a 5-meter scrum is going to come to the Storm. See if their patented Thunder scrum can put the ball into the try zone.
Could be like lightning in a bottle.
We do want to thank everybody for tuning in with us this morning on the most romantic day of the year. Nothing better than having a couple Bloody Marys and watching the best high school girls rugby players in the country compete before you go out to dinner or watch your Six Nations. And Rhodes settles.
Ball a little loose out there. Calmed it down.
Looks like it was taken through the middle. Not sure if that may have been Govier again. Nope, Govier's out on the wing. Not sure who that is at the bottom of the pile for the Storm. McGonigal takes it through the middle. Flynn out to Sadie.
Sadie Hirschberg, scary person.
Sadie offloads. There it goes to Govier. Govier stopped at the goal line, which she held up. It
Nice
looks like
job
she
by the
was held up.
Midwest. Great job by the Midwest. It's a goal line drop. Has to be a dropout, and it has to stay in play. Cannot be kicked into touch.
Tell you what, the Storm's putting the pressure on, keeping the ball very close down to the Midwest goal line, but Midwest is doing enough to
Picked it up
stop
the middle. Which I don't understand because that's happened quite too many times this weekend.
Yeah.
Here we go. Beautifully done.
Petrucci gets the offload, takes it into contact, works on the deck.
Hard
Flynn
runner.
hits McGonigal, offloads to wow.
Oh,
wow.
just beautifully
That was
done.
impressive.
Oh my gosh.
Offload from Bridget McGonigal. Put it right into
Bridget
Sadie
was almost
Hirschberger's
in the air
hands.
when she was almost in midair when she took
that looked
the
like a
ball.
couple of wings moving the ball through the middle there. That's your front row players. Anybody who's ever said that a front row player couldn't pass, I leave that evidence for you, Mr. Connolly.
Nope, I am up. My email address is proplance, so guess what? I'm all about the props. But props back in my day were not like this. They weren't mobile like this. They didn't have the skills that these guys have.
The ball movement by the front row players has caused Coach Ahern to leave the premises. We don't even know where he...
Wow, he's a wing.
Some silverware downstairs.
Rhodes setting up her conversion. And puts it right over.
Well struck by Olive Rhodes.
Brings it up to 26.
26-7 with, I'd say, about 6 minutes left to play here in the second half of the Territorial Championship. You can't say enough about the venue here and all the work that was done behind the scenes by all the coaches in the 5 teams that are represented to get this coordinated, to get rosters available and be accommodating to the college coaches and to our broadcast group. And thank you to everyone watching at home.
And they arranged for great weather too.
Yeah, a couple years ago we sort of got rained out one of the days. It was a hurricane or some weather event, tsunami, blizzard, whatever it was that was coming through that made us have to change the schedule, and it really put a damper on the weekend.
Are the shirts here?
All right, and the storm's rolling through. Flynn digs it out. Maggie Birdsell taking it as contact from Virginia Outcasts. Yeah, looks like not rolling away. He's going against the Midwest there.
Starting to see the penalty count go up. Both teams. That probably fatigue setting in.
A lot of them happen around the breakdown where, a little slow to roll away. And
hard to get back in the game.
Flynn puts it well into touch. Let's see if this Storm can put an attacking line-out platform together here. Oh, it's a fantastic pass by Coach Ahern to put the ball back into play. Really impressive stuff from the Irishman. Petrucci's going to have to throw in. Secured. Off the top. Rhodes through the middle.
Keeps her feet moving constantly.
Very active feet.
And Flynn jumping over.
Flynn with the little pick and go. No, don't really want to see your scrum half doing that, but she's tough. McGonigal bashes through the middle. Ball secured. Flynn's up with it again. Knocked down. That's going to be a penalty against the Midwest. 3.5 minutes to go. Flynn's going to take some time to settle and come up with a plan. Looks like they're going to try to put it in the corner. Work that line out again. Really good stuff out of the Storm this weekend. You can't say enough. They secured the throw-in. They're locked in for the ball. See if they can drive forward. Looks like it's coming backwards a little bit. Flynn deals out to McGettigan. McGettigan goes far. All the way down on the edge.
Delayed that pass a bit early on.
Knocked forward, unfortunately. Adelina Jackson on the wing close here, number 19.
Yeah, the forwards come to the scrummer just a little slower than they were a couple hours ago.
Paige Rasnak comes in to replace McGettigan at number 10. Great weekend by McGettigan. Can't say enough about it. Last second circumstance moved her from 9 to 10, and she's been a standout all weekend long for the Storm side.
It's hard to believe that she's not a natural 10. That she doesn't play 10 all the time.
Yeah, one of the rising stars in the group. Someone that's going to be looked upon for some leadership next season as they come back. Another kick to the middle of the field.
Sapulo again. Offloads and tackle.
Yeah, that was Anna Voda on the run.
Flynn had to dig that ball out. Tough sledding in there. Penalty to the Storm. Like a blizzard of penalties.
An avalanche.
A plethora.
Yeah, being dead center in the middle of the field. I thought Flynn was thinking about coming up with some razzle-dazzle of a penalty play, but she just buries it out of touch to be safe.
Yeah, slow the game down a bit. Just
smart player. Only a couple minutes here left.
Take his time off the clock.
What a nice pass from the 9 right into the inside center Rhodes. McGonigal offloads. Almost a dump tackle. Flynn. Flynn's by herself, finds McGonigal. Such a great 8-9 combination that Doylestown has. Paige Rasnak up the middle. Rucked over by Maggie Hoffman-Long. Birdsell into contact.
Storm are tough in his breakdowns, right? Is that Adelina?
Adelina strong into contact. And it looks like they're going to... Flynn kicks it into touch to secure the victory for the Eastern Storm, who take the final 26-7 over the Midwest Baby Birds. Very impressive weekend for the Storm, going 4-0 with decisive victories in each match. Can't say enough of the efforts of Coach Eisenhart and his assistants, Adam Check and Flynn, and all the players, top to bottom of the roster. Everyone contributed and really had a great showing.
But all these teams, the physicality, the fitness level, the skill sets, it was really just a joy to see.
Exactly.
And good, clean hard play, too. No stupid stuff, none of that at all. These teams were all really well coached, and they're well coached back at their club levels, too, and it shows here.
Yep. Now it's going to be really exciting to see where the seniors that played this weekend, the damage that they do up at the collegiate level in the fall. And, you know, you could see the coaches that are in the stands today with their mouths are watering just to get them on the field and be able to get to mold an unfinished product, but the product's a lot more finished than it may have been a few years ago when they were getting these kids on their college campuses. And it's really going to elevate the collegiate game as well.
Yeah, and you have a lot
these
more
players are going to be much more experienced as they come on the college campuses, and it's a really big deal.
And they'll have a lot more players on their on the horizon for them to look at.
Exactly.
An amazing thing was, coaches come and goes, please tell me that player is actually only a freshman.
Yeah.
Oh my dear gosh. Well,
I guess that's a wrap for us from sunny Tampa, Florida. We're dreading going to the airport tomorrow and returning to Maryland, and tell our, speaking collectively for the cameramen, the production staff, the talent, and the coaches that are here as single bachelors for Valentine's Day weekend. We miss our wives terribly, and we'll be home soon, honey.
Yep. And we are signing off.
Yeah, we're going to sign off for here. Your champions are the Eastern Storm.